Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey everybody, I'm muted. I was muted anyways. Sharon Johnson says no volume. Okay. All right, I guess I'm going to have to do my intro again. Hey everybody, my name is the Shy Hat and we're HackerFrogs. Uh, thank you very much to everybody in chat for telling me that that I was muted. I muted my microphone a couple of days ago and then I forgot to unmute it. Unfortunately, anyways, what are we doing today? So we're going to be doing three topics as is per usual today, and the first topic we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing what I've wanted to do for a little while is incorporate some gaming into the live stream, but not just any gaming. We're going to be talking about gaming that helps us think about the hacker mindset and games that talk about programming and games that we can tie to certain aspects of hacking and cybersecurity. So this is a game right here. It's called Baba Is You. It's an award-winning puzzle game that came out in 2019, and we're going to be taking a look at it. But we're going to be taking a look at it from the point of view of a cybersecurity exercise. So we're going to treat Baba Is You like a CTF, and we're going to start taking some notes about it because Baba Is You has a lot of different systems that that incorporates into its gameplay, and we can take a look at these systems and see how they can help us expand our mind as far as solving little cybersecurity puzzles are concerned. So that's going to be in the first hour of today's live stream. In the second hour, we're going to go back to our traditional roots, and we're going to do some over-the-wire Bandit practice. So Bandit is a CTF game which covers Linux commands. And we're going to be doing a little demo of some of the later levels of Bandit. We're going to go from level 14 up until level 18 or so. So we're going to be covering 4 or so levels inside the Bandit game. And that's going to be in the second hour of today's stream. So if you're wondering if we need to pay for any of the resources for today's the stuff on today's stream, the answer is no. You don't have to pay for anything. If you really, even the Baba Is You game, if you really want to, you can use this free version over here, and I'll provide the link. It's not really the full version of the game, but it is quite workable. Let me see if I can interact with this. So yeah, so this is an alternative if you don't have enough money to. Or if you are not, you're not convinced whether or not this is a good game. I think it's a good game, but go ahead and use the free version first if it's not exactly your cup of tea. All right, so the third part of today's stream, after 2 hours or so, we're going to be moving into the third part of today's stream, and we're going to be going over to Dockerlabs.es. So Dockerlabs.es is a website where you can download vulnerable Linux machines that are Docker containers. So you'll download these Docker containers, and you will do some you'll deploy the Docker containers on your network, and then you'll do some hacking. So today we're going to be doing this challenge over here. It's called what is it called? It's called Penguinazo. So penguin is the Spanish word for penguin, and I wonder what this challenge is going to hold. So Dockerlabs.es is a Spanish language hacking platform, or cybersecurity education platform rather. And so that's going to be a further little wrinkle as far as trying to get these challenges done is concerned. But fortunately, we've got stuff like Google Translate to help us through. So that's going to be in the 3rd and 4th hour of today's stream. So let's go ahead and start in on the first topic for today's stream. And the first topic, we're going to be doing some, we're going to be playing some puzzle games, and we're going to be relating it to hacking, and we're going to be talking about how the right kind of games can really help you think about the way we see the world. Okay, so let's go ahead and start. So let's see. I've got the game over here, and I need to pump up the volume on the music. Okay, so everybody, the music shouldn't be too loud. If it is too loud, let me know in the comments, and I'll try to address that as best I can. All right, so let's go ahead and start the game, and we'll start talking about the concepts in this game and how we can start thinking about this as far as programming is concerned. Richard Colby says, not too loud on my end. Oh, great. That's good to hear. Volume is appropriate. So let's go ahead and start the game. We'll start it from the beginning, and we'll talk about all the different concepts that are going on. So a lot of the stuff in Baba Is You kind of feels like programming a little bit. But anyways, let's start the game. Okay, so we'll start a new... I guess we can erase this. So we'll erase the save. Here, erase it. And then we can do a new save slot over here. You want to watch the intro? Sure, let's watch the intro to the game. Okay, so we got the intro to the game here. So this is a tutorial level, and the tutorial level basically shows us what we're supposed to do inside the game. So in any one of these levels, we've got a bunch of... I've got my mouse cursor here, great. We've got a bunch of rules that are established inside the level, and these tell us what can and cannot be done inside each one of the levels of the game. So for example, the Is You portion over here. So this tells us which character we're controlling inside the level. So in this case, Baba, which is this white rabbit, it's some sort of white animal thing, and we can move it around, and we can also move around the level like this. And in each level, there's going to be an objective. The objective is to win. So how do we win the level? So on each one of these levels, there's also going to be an object that if we move on top of it, we're going to win and complete the level. So is win is this condition over here, and in front of is win, we need to put some sort of object, which is going to be the object that lets us win. In this case, it says flag is win. So this really reminds me of CTF challenges where the objective is to get the flag and win. So what can we do? We can move around the level, and there are also certain rules that tell us what we can do with objects. So in this case, they're the rocks over here, and we know that we can push these rocks because this rule has been established over here. So the rule is rock is push. So rock is push means that this object can be pushed. So we can move the object around by pushing it around. And there's a fourth rule. So the fourth rule in place is wall is stop. So stop means that we cannot move through the object. So we can't move past the wall. It impedes our progress. And what we need to do is we need to, usually in each one of these levels, we need to rearrange these rules and move the objects around to win. So let's go ahead and, so there are all sorts of wacky combinations we could do by moving these rules around, because the rules can be moved around, and we can use them to form other rules. But in this exercise, in this level, we're not going to get too fancy with changing the rules around. We can introduce those as we go on. So the goal is to move on top of the object that is win. So flag is win right now. So we can just move Baba on top of the flag, and then we finish the level. We win. Okay, so from here, we've got a little overhead map. And in each one of these overhead maps, we can move around and we can select the level that we want to attempt. So initially, we only have access to level 1 over here. So Helpful Husky says, hello. Hello, Helpful Husky, nice to see you here. And I can't identify what is that. That is the Boop the Snoot. Boop the Snoot. Welcome, and welcome to the stream. Why don't you have Hack the Planet? There you go.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Okay, so let's go ahead and start this next level. And the next level is this one here called Where Do I Go? So this is level 1. We're gonna select it. And then let's see what's happening inside this level here. Okay, so, we've got a few different rules that are established in this level. We've got Baba is you, which means that we're controlling Baba over here. And we have wall is stop, which means that we can't move past the walls. So the problem is that if we can't move past the walls, we can't do very much in this level. So what can we do? So we know that with any of these rules, if we can get access to them, we can actually change the rules. So we can change wall is stop, we can break this rule, and then when the rule is broken, then wall is no longer stop, which means that we can move on top of the wall. But what else do we need to do? We need to establish something as the winning condition. So we see here there's the win tile. We need to establish this. So we could move each one of these little pieces of the rules, and we could make this rule over here, and this rule would be wall is win. So instead of using the flag as the winning condition, now when we move on top of the wall, we win, because we made this rule up that's wall is win. So we're going to move on top of the wall, and we're going to finish the level. Okay, so we're not just going to straight up play the game, but what we're going to do is we're going to take some notes, because we're curious hackers and we're also like treating this like a CTF exercise. We're also going to write some notes about what we learned in each one of the levels. So over here, we've got I've got my GitHub repository, and if you're interested in taking a look at the GitHub repository that I made for Baba is you, you can go ahead and access it from this link. So we're gonna do a little bit of note taking on this level over here, level number 1. Where do I go? And let's go ahead and write some notes. So what are the key points from this level? So the key points in this level is you can break rules and make new ones. So to progress with the level, you need to break the wall is stop rule so we can escape from the initial room. From there, okay. We can break rules and make new ones. I guess this will go into the method of solve section over here. So to progress with the level, you need to break the wall is stop rule so we can escape from the initial room. From there, we can set any one of the objects to be the win condition. Yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and save this out, and let's move on to the next level. Okay, so we're going to go back, and we're going to move on to level number 2. So level number 2 is Now What Is This? So everybody, if you want to follow along, there's a link to a free version of the game. It's not exactly the same as this as the paid version of the game, but it is going to be okay for people who want to try out the game first. And let's go ahead and copy that into chat. There you go. Okay, so this is level number 2. So the level is called Now What Is This? So we've got some funny rules going on in this level. So we've got wall is you, which means that we are the wall. So the wall is over here. And we also have this rule over here. Flag is stop. So we can't move through the flags. Basically, we've got a bunch of walls that are made out of flags. So just like the previous level, we can break this rule. So flag is stop. We can go ahead and break the rule, and then we can move through the flags. So like the previous level, we can go ahead and set up something as the win condition. So what are we going to set up as the win condition? So it looks like the easiest thing we can form is Baba is win. So Baba is win. If we were to move into Baba, we could win. The problem is that there's no Baba on the screen. There's no Baba in the level, so we can't win. So what can we do instead? Well, we could try being a little bit creative, and we could set up another rule. So maybe we'll set up the rule flag is Baba. So flag is Baba means that every flag will turn to a Baba, which means when we do this, that Baba has been transformed. Well, I mean flag has been transformed into Baba, and that means we can move into the Baba tiles and we can win. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay. So that's the end of the second level. Let's go ahead and write up some notes real quick about this level. So this is level 2. Okay, so the key points here. We don't always have to be Baba. We can also be any object as long as we can make the rule something is you. Or I guess something, we'll call these objects. So object is you. So the method of solve. We have to break the flag is stop rule and then set up a win condition. Any object will do. Okay, let's commit these changes and let's move on to the next level. So everybody, if you've played this game before, let us know in chat. And if you've finished the game before, if you know a lot about the game, let us know in chat as well, because I'm interested to see who's actually tried this one out before. Okay, so this next level is level number 3. It's called Out of Reach. Let's go ahead and take a look. Okay, so in this level, we've got some unchangeable rules. So a rule is unchangeable if we can't get to the rule and break it. So this rule is out of reach. We can so we have to abide by these rules. So Baba is you. We're always going to be Baba. We can't break that rule. And wall is stop. So we can't move through the walls. So this is a set rule. And we've got one more set rule, and that set rule is water is sink. So in this case, sink means that any object that comes into contact with the sink object is going to be destroyed. It's going to be destroyed, and the object is going to be destroyed. So if I move Baba into the water, then Baba and the water are both going to be destroyed. So let's demonstrate this. So I'm going to move Baba into the water, and then Baba and the water is destroyed. So in this case, we're going to have to undo our move over here. So we can hit the X button on the controller to undo. You can also undo with the Control Z button on your keyboard. So it's just like an undo button. Okay, so what are we supposed to do? So we can take these rocks, and the rocks they have a rule. And the rules for the rocks are rock is push, which means we can push the rocks around. And we can use one of these rocks and push it into the flag. Sorry, push it into the water. So when we push the rock into the water, both the rock and the water are destroyed because water is sink and rock was pushed into the water. So that's okay, we can move around now, and we can actually get access to these rules now. So we could break rock is push, and we can break flag is win. So what do we do? What happens if we... So, okay. We could break these rules, but what if we try to win without breaking the rules? What we would need to do is we would need to push the rocks around and then push them into the water to try to get to the flag. The problem is we only have one rock, and there are two water tiles that stand between us and the flag. So we can't win this way. So what we need to do is we need to set up a different win condition. Because we have access to the win condition, we can change it. So for instance, here, we can change flag is win, we can break this rule, and then we can we can break the rule rock is push. But instead, we can establish rock is win, which means we win when we move on top of the rock. And because rock is no longer push, we can move on top of it. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so let's talk about what we learned in that level. So what do we have here? Okay, so this is the level 3. No, level 3. Out of reach. Okay, let's talk about this. So the key points in this level is we're introduced to the sink verb. So any object that moves into a tile with sink applied to it will be destroyed along with the sink object itself. Okay, and what else do we? What are some other key points? So the other key point is, I guess there's no other key points. So the method of solve. So how do we solve this this level? So first we need to push a rock into the water that is preventing us from accessing the rest of the rooms. And then we don't have enough rocks to sink and get access to the flag. So we change. So Sharon Johnson asks, how do we change to edit in GitHub? So how do we change to edit in GitHub? So what we need to do is, let me point this out real quick. So say we've got our GitHub files over here. So we've got our GitHub files over here. First, we need to go into whatever file we want to edit first. So click into what you want to edit. And then you want to click on the pencil icon over here. So if you don't see the pencil icon, it might be because you're zoomed into the view on the web page is a little bit too zoomed in. You can zoom out of the web page by doing Control- to make everything a bit smaller, and you'll see it at the top on the top bar over here with the preview code blame. On the right hand side, it's going to be this button over here. It's called Edit This File. So click on it, and then you'll go into the edit view for your GitHub files. I hope that helps. Okay, so what were we doing? So first we need to push the rock, okay, and then there are not enough rocks to access the flag, so we can change the win condition to include to be the rock making rock is win. There's a red X on edit. So there are only what kind of file are you trying to edit? May I ask? So Sharon Johnson, hello, nice to see you here on YouTube. And GradXT says, "What's up? We're just playing some puzzle games, and we're trying to work through the puzzle games like they were CTF exercises." And so Sharon Johnson, GradXT, how about you guys have a NAND cat? Here you go. So Sharon Johnson, let me know. You're trying to edit out of reach. Oh, okay. So you can't edit that file because it's not your file. It requires permission to edit if it's not your document. Yeah, that is correct. Second mind. Hello, nice to see you here, and welcome to the stream. Why don't you have a Jurassic Park? Jurassic Park.
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
Okay, so we're just working through this game over here. It's called Baba Is You, and it's easily one of the best puzzle games I've ever played. And we're treating the levels in the game like a CTF exercise, and we're writing little notes about how we solved each one of these levels. We're also writing these little notes to ourselves about what rules there are in the game. So let's go ahead and commit this. If you're not okay, if you're not super interested in puzzle gaming, it's okay. We'll be finished with this portion of the stream in about 30 minutes, and then we'll move on to our next topic. So we just finished the third level, and we're going to be moving on to the fourth level. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch. GroudXT says, did a big CTF last weekend, placed 50 out of around 8,500 players. That's great. So when ads run on Twitch, we'll also run ads on YouTube, and we're just going to take about a minute to take a little break because ads are running right now. But in the meantime, let's watch some birds. These are my favorite bird videos here. And we're just going to enjoy these videos for a minute while the ads run on Twitch. We'll be back in about a minute. Okay, ads are almost over. So this greedy little sparrow isn't letting any of the other sparrows into the food bowl over here. He's being a little jerk. And I guess you can tell that these are male sparrows because it's the male sparrows that have the little mask, and the female sparrows don't have the little mask and the little black bib. Anyways, let's put the birds away. Let's move on to the next level of the game. Okay, so this is level number. Let's see. GredXT says they should gang up on him. Well, maybe. The thing about birds is that birds have a very well-established pecking order, so they know which bird is above them and which bird is below them. It's when the birds are on even terms where the trouble arises. Anyways, okay, let's do level number 4. But GradXT, congratulations on finishing 50th and among 8,500 players. That's pecking. Yeah, that's there you go. Okay, so this is this level here introduces us to a new concept, and the concept is the defeat rule. Defeat means that if we run into this object, we're going to be destroyed. So we can see here that we're Baba, and we've got a few different rules in place. So these two rules that we can't break are flag is win, which means if we move into the flag, we win the level, and Baba is you. So we're playing as the Baba creature over here. So skull is defeat means that if we move into the skull, then we are destroyed. But we can undo our moves, and then we can keep on going as if nothing happened. There's also this rule over here, rock is push, which means we can push the rocks around. So in a lot of games, if there are two objects that you can push together like this, you're not able to push them. But in Baba, you can. So we can move all these objects at once, even if there's more than one object piled up. So there's a solution. We can get to the flag if we change some rules. So what rules do we need to change in order to get access to the flag? So there's one rule getting in the way of us moving into the flag, and it's this rule right here, skull is defeat. So if we can break this rule, then we can move through the skulls, and we can get access to the flag. And in this case, it's these rocks that are going to provide the means for us to break the rule. Because even if defeat means that we can't move into the object, we can move other things through the object. So we can move a rock on top of the skulls, and that's perfectly fine. And we can move multiple rocks, and eventually we can use them as a sort of stick, I suppose, and we can break the rules. So if we move the rocks all together, we can break this skull is defeat rule, and then after it's broken, we can move through the skulls all we want, and we are not destroyed. So to finish the level, all we need to do is move into the flag here, and then we win. Okay. So let's write our little notes and talk about what we learned in that level. So this is I will admit this might be just for me, because I want to eventually finish this game. I've not finished this game, and I want to just keep some notes so that I can better play the game. This is one of my reasons for doing this on stream. If you want to access a free version of Baba as You, that's not quite as good, you can access it with this link over here. So it's a little Java version of Baba as You. Anyways, let's write the... Okay, so this one is called number 4, still out of reach. Let's write those notes. So what are the key points for this level? So we are introduced to the defeat rule. If we move into an object with the defeat rule enabled, we will be destroyed. But other objects can move through defeat objects normally. Okay, so the method of solve for this level is we need to use the rocks which have the push rule applied and form a line of rocks to move through the skull wall and break the skull is defeat rule. then touch the flag to win. Okay, awesome. So we're going to commit this, and we're going to move on to the next level. Okay, so this is level number 5, and the level is called Volcano. Okay, we've got some two new rules here, and the first one is the melt rule. So the melt rule means that whatever is melt is going to be destroyed if it comes into contact with something that is hot. So there's Baba is melt and lava is hot. So if we move Baba into the lava here, we're going to be destroyed because we've got the melt rule applied to us. And the lava is hot. This is also applied to us. Oh, sorry, this is applied to the lava, so the lava is hot. We've got Baba is you over here, which means that we are going to be... Well, we could break this rule if we wanted to. So Baba is you, we can move it aside. And we've got wall is stop over here. So wall is stop means that we can't move through the walls. So the other two rules that are in play right now is rock is push, which means we can push this rock around, and we have flag is win. So somehow we're gonna need to be able to get to this side of the map and then touch the flag to win this level. Okay, so what can we do? So we got lava. Lava is, well, we got lava. We can adjust the lava. So what can we do? Baba is you. We could also do, if we could find a way to move lava into here, we could also make lava is you, and then we would be the lava, and then we could move around into the flag. But I don't think we can move this word in there. We can move the word into here, but we can't move it up. So this would be very difficult to form. But what we can do instead is we could break this rule here. So rock is push. And we could change this around to lava is push. So lava is push. Let's see, GretXT says there's a Baba is you game ticker on Twitch. But oh yeah, that's right. I just need to figure out what command it is to switch over to that category. What is the command? Hold on, let me try to figure it out. So Twitch change game command. Okay, so let's see. Change game and configure it. Maybe let me try this out. Change game. Baba is you. I don't think that did anything. But anyways, I'm gonna have to figure out how to manually change the games around eventually if I keep on doing this. Anyways, okay, so we changed the rule. So lava is now push. So another thing that we're going to have to realize when we're playing this game is that rules have priorities. So if we've got... Oh, no. We're not dealing with priorities right now. We changed the rule to lava is push. And so we've got the melt objects. We've got the hot objects. The melt objects are only destroyed if we move into the hot objects. The thing is, when we're pushing the objects around, we're not moving into them. So we never enter the lava, so we never melt. So we can actually move this lava aside and then get access to the flag, and then we win. So let's go ahead and get the flag, and then we'll talk about, we'll do a little write-up and talk about what we learned for this level. Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and do our little write-up and talk about what we learned in that level. So over here, we're now going to edit the volcano level. So the key points. So the key points for this level is we're introduced to the hot and melt rules. So this rule makes it so that if a melt object enters the same space as a hot object, then the melt object is destroyed. Okay, so let me just fix this around. So we're talking about melt objects, hot objects. So let's talk about the method of solve. So we're introduced to hot and melt, these two rules. Let's see, how do we solve the level? So we have access to the lava text. And with that, we can form the rule lava is push. This means we can push the lava out of the way and get access to the flag. Okay, awesome. Let's commit those changes and move on to the next level. Okay, so we've got we only have two more levels for this world, I guess, for this section, the tutorial section. So let's go ahead and take a look at the off-limits level. Okay, so this one is a smaller map, but we've got a bunch of rules, and most of these rules we can't change. So we've got rock is stop, which means that we can't move past the rocks. Skull is defeat, which means that we can't move into the skulls, otherwise we are destroyed, because defeat means if we move into it, we die. And we got flag is win, so we need to get access to the flag to win. So these rules over here are unchangeable, we can't get access to them. We also have wall is stop, and we have Baba is you. So wall is stop means we can't move past the wall, but we can break this. So we can just break this, and then we can move past the wall. And we can get access to most of the rest of the level. And Baba is you. So Baba is you, and so these are the only sets of text that we can get access to. So we need to change these objects, this text over here, to form some rules to finish this level. So how can we do this? So since we as Baba can't get past this barrier over here, we're gonna have to change our playable character. So Baba is you, we're gonna have to break this, and we're gonna have to replace Baba with something else. The only other object we have access to for the text is the wall. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna change from Baba is you to wall is you. So when we change this, that means that we're in control of the wall. We can move the wall around, and since there's walls on the other side of the screen over there, we can just move the wall into the flag and finish the level. Okay, so let's do a quick little write-up, and then we can move on to the last level of this tutorial world. Okay, so let's see, tutorial off limits. Let's edit this file. Okay, so key points. So there are no rules that are introduced in this level, but I guess we have to keep in mind that some objects we have to keep in mind that we can change our playable character character/object to something else, especially if that object is in a part of the map that we cannot normally access. Okay, so the method of solve. For this level, what do we have to do? We had to break the wall is stop rule, and then create the wall is you rule, which lets us win because there are parts of the wall on the other side of the skulls which we didn't have access to before. Okay. So yeah, so slowly we'll start building a skill set. So Baba is you is it really tickles my brain as far as the hacker mindset is concerned, because Baba is you is a system, and the system is all of the rules that we're forming over here. And we have to keep in mind that this level here is actually very interesting because it really tests what you can and can't do for this game. So the game is made up of different rules, and as hackers, we need to learn how to manipulate the rules and to get whatever we need to get from the system. And the system, well, in all these levels, we want to do one thing. We want to create a rule that lets us win, and then we want to get access to the thing that lets us win. So obviously what we want to do is we want to create our flag is win rule over here. So the problem is that we've got this rule that's getting in the way. Grass is stop. So grass is stop means we can't move past the grass, and if we can't move past the grass, then we can't move these tiles out. So even if we move the tile to here, to here, to here, we can't get on the other side and push it out, which means we need to find some other method of finishing the level. And if anybody can spot what the the method of finishing the level, let us know in chat, because it's actually something that we really need to pay attention to as security testers. So when we do security testing, we need to check what is on the table and what is off the table. So what rules are in place and which rules are not in place. So you might think that there is a wall here and that we can't move past the wall. The thing is that there's no rule on the board that tells us that we can't move past the wall. There's nothing that says wall is stop. There is something that says grass is stop, but we can actually move past the walls. Although we normally think that the wall is going to stop us, but the thing is that in this game you can make up whatever rules are on the board. So we can move this these flag. Well, we can move the rules around, and we can also create different win conditions. So we can do this. So there's one is part of the rule here. We can actually share this. We don't need to create the rules horizontally. We can also do them vertically. So we can do, whoops, oh, I moved it. Okay, we can also create the rule like this. So we can share this this is statement over here. So Baba is you and flag is win. This is valid because we can create the rules vertically. Sorry, we can do them vertically as well as horizontally. So now that we've created our win condition, we move into the flag and we win. Okay, so let's do a quick little write-up for that level. And that was the Grassyard level. Okay, let's edit the file. So key points. So the key point for this level is if we we should be on the lookout for explicit rules, and keep in mind that even if our instincts tell us that a rule should be in place, it isn't always the case. Okay, so the method of solve. So in this case, there is no rule wall is stop. So we can move all the other text objects out of the grass area and form flag is win by creating the rule vertically. How do you spell vertically? Is that it? If it's not, let us know, and then we can change it. Anyways, let's go ahead and commit this and move on to the next level. I think we've got time for maybe one or two more. Okay, so we've finished all the tutorial levels. Now we're going to be moving on into the next section of the map, and this next section is called section number 1, the lake. Let's go ahead and take a look. Okay, so this is a little sub-level, and we've got access to this level right here called Icy Waters. So this is number 1. Let's go ahead and take a look. So this is the lake level, and this is the first level in here called Icy Waters. Huh. So there are no new concepts in this level. Actually, no, there is a new concept in this level. So the new concept is this little tile over here, the text tile. This is called and. And means that we can combine rules together, and this is a little bit like programming. So and means that both conditions are true in this case. So what conditions do we have already in place? So we got flag is win, and we can't get interesting. So there's nothing here that says anything about the water. So this is water here, right? Oh, what? Oh, Baba is sink. Baba is sink. Okay. So Baba is sink means that whenever Baba comes into contact with something, that Baba is gonna sink, which means Baba is going to be destroyed. Okay. Let's go ahead and break that rule. So we're gonna break the sink rule over here, which means that we no longer sink. So we can move on top of this water over here. We're not gonna sink. Okay. So what can we do here? We've got jelly is sink, which means that if we move something into the jelly, then we're going to be destroyed, or whatever moves into the jelly is going to be destroyed. So jelly is sink is here. Wall is stop over here, which means we can't move through the wall. And I don't think we can modify this rule either. So, but we do have access to the wall. And I guess the obvious thing that we could do is we could make Baba is you and wall. Baba is you and wall. Just for fun, we should find out what happens if we make Baba is you and wall. Okay, so we lose because Baba becomes the wall. The problem that wall is not you, which means that Baba becomes the wall and we lose. So we have to undo. Okay, so I guess we can move this out, and we can we can also move the rest of this statement out. So what do we have here? We can move the and over to this section. And that, what this is going to mean is that wall and Baba is you, which means we control both we control Baba and we control the wall at the same time. Which means we can we can move the wall around, and we're also moving Baba around. And because the wall is stop, it's also going to keep all of these objects in place as it's moving around, because these are all sandwiched between things that are stop. Okay, so what can we do with this? We need to destroy these jellies over here. When we were still Baba, we needed at least two different objects to sync before we can get access to the flag. In this case, we're just going to move in and destroy these jellies. But eventually, we can move the wall into the flag, and because flag is win, then we win. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so we're gonna do the write-up for this level before we finish up with our Baba as You content today. So let's go ahead and go back to here. So this is Baba as You. We're doing this section over here, the lake. And what is the name of this level? I think it's called Icy Waters or something. Let me check. Okay, this is called Icy Waters. This is the first level. I'm gonna create a new file. So we're gonna call this 01 Icy Waters.md. So we got key points, and we also have method of solve. Okay, so we are introduced to the AND text, which lets two rules be connected and activated at once by creating this type of rule. I guess we could make it something. Okay, object 1. Object 1 is verb, and verb and verb. So object is verb and verb, or object 1 and object 2 is verb. Okay, so the method of solves. How do we solve the level? So first let me take a look at the level first. I need to remember. Okay, so we needed to break the Baba and You and sync. So break the Baba is You and sync, so that sync is no longer activated. Then move the Baba is You rule out tile by tile and form the rule wall and Baba is You. After that, move the walls and Baba to the right so that the jellies are sunk, and we move into the flag, which lets us win. Okay, done. Let's go ahead and commit those changes. All right, everybody. So yeah, we're going to be this is going to be a little warm-up that we're going to be doing for the streams for a little while. I really wanted to explore how games like this can really get us thinking about systems, because hacking is all about systems, and if you are a hacker, you use the systems to get what you want. And in this case, what we really want to do is to win each one of these levels. So if you found this interesting, then I suggest playing Baba as you. You don't necessarily need to buy the game. If you feel like getting the full version of the game, that's fine. And you can get the full version of the game over at over on Steam. There are a few different places you can get it. There's the link for the official game. If you want to play the free version that's made with Java over here, this is the link. But yeah, I think this is a very, very interesting game. It's easily one of my favorite games ever, and I want to explore this topic, and eventually I want to finish the game, because the levels do get very, very complicated after a while, and I figure that if I document how we're finishing each one of these levels, it's going to make me better at the game. Alright, so let's go ahead and move into the second part of today's stream, and the second part we're going to be doing some Linux stuff. Let's shut down the game. Let's see, return to map, exit from the game. How do we exit? Return to menu, exit the game. We're out of here. Okay. Alright everybody, thank you very much. We'll be doing more Baba as You on the next stream during the first hour. So let's see, what day is it today? It's Monday. So we're going to be doing more of this stuff on Wednesday during the first hour, if you're looking for more Baba as You content. Let's go ahead and turn on some music now that the Baba as You music is not playing anymore. It feels a little empty. So let's play some music from... Ooh, what are we going to do? How about some XCOM music? So XCOM is a fun little strategy game where you where you kill aliens that are invading the Earth, and it's got a very, very, very intense soundtrack. So let's go ahead and listen to that. So let's see. So once again, if the music is too loud, let me know, and I'll try to adjust the volume of the music so that it's not too loud. Let's make it a little softer. Okay, so let's move on to our next topic. Our next topic is going to be doing the Bandit levels, which teach us about how to run Linux stuff. We're going to be doing levels 14 to levels 18 today, and if you've never done these before, then let me introduce you to our walkthroughs over here. So we've got walkthroughs for all the levels of this particular game on the GitHub. So the GitHub over here, you can click into any of these levels to figure out where you're at. If you've already solved these levels before, that's fine. You can skip to the level where you are. Maybe you've already gotten past all these levels. But if you're a complete beginner to this, you'll want to start up with level 00. And in level 00, we've got the username and the password. Another thing we should probably include in this level is the command you use with the SSH to access the level. And we can actually access the level if you don't have a Linux machine for yourself to access this game. Then let me introduce a little website you can use. So the website over here is called JS Linux, and this is a little web accessible version of Linux you can use to solve these different CTF games. So let me make that a little bit bigger. Okay. All right, and what do we need to do to start these levels? To start in any one of these levels, we need to access the game through the SSH program. SSH is terminal remote login, which means that we can log into a remote server. So in this case, we're going to be starting with Bandit level 14. It's going to be at bandit.labs.overthewire.org on port 2220. And let me paste this into chat so everybody can be on the same page. So just like this. Let me get the credentials for this level. Where are we? This is level 14. Okay, so when asked, you're going to need to provide this password and this username. So it's Bandit 14 with this password here. So before we start, I have to do my YouTube intros and outros because I eventually turn these all into YouTube videos. I hope everybody understands. Okay, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Bandit 14 level that is part of the Bandit CTF games over at overthewire.org. The first thing we need to do for any of these levels is we need to access the level via SSH. So we're just going to give this command over here. It's going to ask us if we want to add this to our known hosts. Are you sure you want to continue connecting? Type yes, and then paste in the password. So right click, paste in the password, hit enter. And now we are in. Awesome. Okay. So for any one of these levels, we need to access the objectives. So the objectives are going to be on the overthewire.org website, and this level is this page over here. So what did the rules say? So level goal: the password for the next level can be retrieved by submitting the password of the current level to port 30,000 on localhost. So when they're talking about port 30,000 on localhost, they're talking about network services. So let's talk a little bit about how to access these network services on the local host. Okay, so we're talking about Bandit 14, and we're referencing these remote services. So in this level, we're instructed to send the password of the current level to localhost port 30,000. So we can use tools like Nmap to figure out what kind of services exist on this particular port. So what we can do is, back at our terminal here, now that we've logged in, we can give this command right here. So it's going to be the Nmap command. We're going to specify a port, and the port is going to be 30,000. And we're going to specify we want to get the versioning information for whatever service is on there on the localhost machine. So localhost means this machine. Localhost means your current machine. And in this case, because we're logged into the Bandit CTF server, it's the Bandit CTF server machine. So let's go ahead, and this is going to be a bit slow unless we give it some extra power. So we're just going to give it, let's see, 4 threads. This is going to be pretty fast. So T4 means it's going to go pretty fast. Okay, so I think it's capital T. Okay, so this is going to come back in just a little bit, but we're going to have to wait a little bit. But in the meantime, let's talk about what exactly is happening for this objective here. So the password for the next level can be retrieved by submitting the password of the current level to port 30,000 on localhost. This means that there's going to be a network service on port 30,000, and we're going to need to use some sort of tool to connect with port 30,000. So in this case, they've got some commands that we could use to solve the level. We've got Nmap, which we're using right now to confirm that there's a service on port for 30,000. And there's also going to be things like Telnet, SSH, and Netcat. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be using the Netcat command to access port 30,000. So Netcat is it's a very versatile networking tool, and we can also use it to access services on different ports. So let's go back to, okay, Nmap is still working over here. It might take a little while, a few minutes. And I guess we can just wait for this a little bit. Actually, we need to wait necessarily. Rainera Soul? Rainera... I do not know how to pronounce that name. Please let us know how to... Rainier... I don't know. Let me know how to pronounce your name and I will pronounce it correctly, thank you. But anyways, have a hack the planet. Here you go. You're now HackerFrog.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
So we can actually see the output of the nmap command in our screenshot over here. Oh, no. No, we can take a look at it over here. Okay, so we got port 30,000. It reports that the port is open and it's running ndmps with a question mark. So the problem here is that this is actually a custom service, which means that nmap wouldn't be able to identify it. But it does get this output over here. So enter current password, blah, blah, blah. What we're going to do now is we're going to access the port using netcat. So the netcat command is just nc, and then the server that we want to contact, in which case it's going to be localhost, and we need to provide a port number after that. So it's going to be 30,000. So when we do this, we connect to the localhost on this networking port. And it should give us a little message here. I don't know why it's not. But in preparation, what we're going to do is we're going to copy the password for this level. So I'm just going to get the password. Where is it? Hold on. Is it? It's here. So let me copy the password. We're going to need to submit this in a little bit. Okay, so we're going to paste in the password. And then we're going to hit enter. And what do we get? We get the correct response. And we get the password for the next level. And this is it over here. So let me copy this. And let me provide it to everybody in chat. So this is Bandit 15. Okay, we can also get out of here. And we can provide this as a one-liner command as well. Just in case we just wanted to do this all as one command, what we can do in this case is we can echo out the password here, and then we can pipe this into the netcat command. So we're going to pipe this into netcat localhost 30,000, and when we get this command, it says wrong, please enter the current password. It might be because we need to get rid of these single quotes here. Let's try getting rid of the single quotes, and let's see if it works. Huh? So it doesn't want to accept this using the echo command. Let's try. Oh no! This is the wrong password. Silly me. Okay, let's copy the right password and let's provide it. I used the wrong password. Okay, let's paste in the correct password and see if we can do this as a one-liner. So this works. So we submit this password with the echo piped into netcat. Then we get the password. All right, so before we finish off this level, let's go ahead and talk about what happened in this level and how we solved it. Okay, so this is Bandit 14, so the username is Bandit 14, the password is this, the method of solve. So the instructions tell us we need to send the password for the current level to localhost port 30,000. We can do so with the netcat program. So we can give this command here, netcat localhost 30,000, and then insert the password. And we can also do this as a one-liner if we use the echo command in a pipe. So we echo the password and then pipe it into the netcat command on localhost 30,000. Devan S. Gouda says, "Hello, the shy rat." The shy rat. One more time, I'm not the shy rat. I'm the shy hat. But thank you very much. You could even call me the shy cat. There you go. But thank you and welcome to the stream. Have a Nyan cat on me. Alright, so everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for the Bandit 14 level from the Bandit CTF game over at overthewire.org. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs, out! Okay, we're not leaving, everybody. I just have to record my YouTube intros and outros. I hope everybody understands. Let's move on to the next level. So this next level is going to be Bandit level 15. And this is going to be... This has got some interesting stuff in it, because we're going to be dealing with SSL TLS encryption. So let's go ahead and set up the level. So we need to, unless we log out of the level, we're not finished. So we're going to log out of the level, and then we're going to give this command over here to log in. We're going to change our user from Bandit 14 to Bandit 15, and let's go ahead and start the level. Okay, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Bandit 15 level from Bandit Labs over at overthewire.org. The first thing we need to do is we need to log into the level with the password, and let me go ahead and grab the password. So this is Bandit level 15. We've got our password. We're going to copy it, then we're going to paste it in. We're going to paste it in, hit enter, and now we're logged in. So what do we need to do on this level? So for these levels, we need to reference the rules. So each one of the levels is going to have a little web page that tells us what the objectives are on each level. So in this case, the level goal states, the password for the next level can be retrieved by submitting the password of the current level to port 30,001 on localhost using SSL/TLS encryption. So what can we do? What do we need to do here? We're going to talk about this in our little presentation. So the presentation... So we're doing... On Bandit level 15, we're sending via OpenSSL. So let's talk a little bit about what the OpenSSL technology is first, before we do this. So SSL, which stands for Secure Socket Layers, is a networking protocol which enables devices, so this is computers, phones, etc., to communicate using an encrypted connection. So SSL lets devices communicate with each other via an encrypted connection, which means that it's going to be more secure and more safe. So in reality, SSL was replaced by the TLS protocol a long time ago. So when you talk about SSL, modern programs don't use SSL. They use the protocol that replaced it, which is called TLS. But a lot of people still say SSL when they really mean to say TLS, and sometimes people use the terms SSL and TLS interchangeably. So this upsets people who are very specific about these protocols, and we should probably use the right name for them. Okay, so SSL/TLS is used to provide encrypted communication with a few other networking protocols, most notably HTTPS, which allows for encrypted web page communication. So SSL isn't usually used on its own. It's usually used with other protocols like HTTPS, so that we can do encrypted, we can use other services with encryption, such as HTTPS, which lets us do web pages with encryption, which is very important for keeping secrets like banking details and passwords from going across the network in clear text, which would be really bad. So as far as Bandit 15 is concerned, we can send our message using OpenSSL by using the OpenSSL program to send the password to the port and get the password for the next level. So this is how we're going to do it. We're going to use the OpenSSL program with the S client mode. We're going to connect to it quietly and connect on localhost port 30,001. So this is how we're going to do it. Let me get the command over here. I've got it in the in our little document, and we can actually echo in the command to do this as a one-liner. Let me provide the command to everybody in chat. And let's go ahead and go over to paste in our command. So what are we doing here? So first of all, we're going to echo out the current password for this level, and then we're going to pipe it into the OpenSSL command. We're going to use the sclient mode to, well, I guess we're going to be the client, and we're going to connect to a server. In this case, we're going to connect to localhost 30,001, and we're going to connect, and we're going to run this quietly, which means we're not going to get as much output from the program. So when we issue this command, we get the password. So we've got some output from the program, but more importantly, we get the response from the server, and we get the correct message, and we get the password for the next level. So let's go ahead and copy that. So this is going to be Bandit 16. Okay, so before we finish out the level, let's talk a little bit about what we did on this level to finish it. Over here. Okay, so this was Bandit 15, so our username was Bandit 15, our password was this. Our objective was the password for the next level can be retrieved by submitting the password of the current level to port 30,001 on localhost using SSL TLS encryption. So what we needed to do was we just needed to use the OpenSSL program to send the password. So we sent the echo command with the password and then piped it into the OpenSSL program with these parameters over here. Alright, so everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Bandit 15 level from the Bandit CTF labs over at overthewire.org. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so let's start the next level. So the next level is level 16. We only have a couple more to go for today, so this is level 16. Let me get the web pages ready. 16 to 17. Okay, so we've got some Nmap stuff that we're going to be working with for this level, and I hope you find it a little more interesting, because we're going to be doing some pen tester like stuff on the next level. So let's go ahead and start. Okay, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for Bandit level 16 from the Bandit labs over at overthewire.org. So the first thing we need to do is we need to log in. Let me go ahead and get the password so that we can paste it in and log in. So paste in the password, hit enter. And now we need to figure out what we need to do on this level. So on the objectives page over at overthewire.org, it says here for level Bandit 16 to level 17, level goal. Okay, the credentials for the next level can be retrieved by submitting the password of the current level to a port on localhost in the range 31,000 to 32,000. First, find out which of these ports has a server listening on them. Then find out which of those speak SSL TLS and which don't. There's only one server that will give the next credentials, and the others will simply send back whatever you send to it. Okay, so what do we need to do for this level? First, we need to do this. We need to locate the port on localhost in range 31,000 to 32,000, and then find out which of those ports has a server listening on them. So let's go ahead and do that. So inside of Nmap here, the Nmap program is going to let us determine what services are open on ports on a server. And in this case, the server is going to be the local host server. What we're going to do is we're going to give a port range, and the port range is port 31,000 to 32,000. We're going to try to figure out what services are running on those ports with this flag right over here, -S capital V. and we're gonna make the scan go by very fast with 5 threads like this. So let's go ahead and run the nmap command. Oh, there's one more thing we should do. We should probably make this command very verbose, which means we'll get some output before the scan is finished. So this is important because nmap, when nmap is running slow, we really want to see something from the program before it finishes. Okay, so it says it discovered these 5 ports on the port range. So this one, yeah, all these. So what nmap is doing now that it's discovered these open ports is that it's running some scans to figure out what kind of services are on the ports. And after it's done, it'll report back to us and tell us what services the ports are running on them. Okay, looks like we've got some ads coming up on Twitch. When the ads run on Twitch, we're not going to we're not going to keep going, but we're going to take a little break while the ads run. But looks like we also have to wait for the nmap command to come back here, which that's fine too. But until the ads start running, let's see if we can talk a little bit more about this. So in Bandit 16, what we're doing is port enumeration. So in this level, we're instructed to locate a localhost port, which is serving SSL in a specific range, and then send the current level's password to that port. So this is us doing the nmap command over here and discovering the ports. We can use the nmap program to discover which ports are open within the specified range, and then determine what services they're running. So this is what we're doing here. Okay, so after we've discovered which port is running the SSL server, then we can just do exactly what we did in the previous level to get the password for the next level. So let's go back to JS Linux. Not quite done yet. Okay, that's fine. We're gonna be taking a little ad break in just a few seconds. And then hopefully after the ads are done, then we can get our nmap stuff back. Because nmap sure does like to go really slow sometimes. But in the meantime, if anybody has any questions about cybersecurity or about the stuff we're doing today, please let us know in the chat. We'll try to answer your questions and comments as soon as possible. I need to get the timing right for... Okay, we got the ads running, so let's go ahead and run the ads on YouTube. And we're also going to take a little break. And show some birds. How about these birds? Actually, wait. How about this bird? Okay, we're going to be back in just a few moments. First, I need to have a little drink. Simon Dante says, darn squirrel bullying the burbs. Bullying the bully burbs. Yeah, that's, squirrels and birds are not friends. Although, we would like to think that, that squirrels and birds are friends. If a squirrel catches a bird, it's not a pretty sight. Unless the bird is sufficiently large to fight off the squirrel. But squirrels, yeah, if they... Squirrels also like to eat bird eggs. So if you so the birds will climb up the trees and they'll eat any bird's eggs that they find in any nests. So that's the dark side of squirrels. Not to say that birds are saints either. Birds will eat other birds' eggs. But nature is brutal. Yeah, it is for sure. Let's put these guys away. And okay, we got the results. So what's going on these ports? Okay, so we see here that there's only one port that is not an echo port. So this is SSL, but is also echo, so it echoes back whatever's coming back to us. We see that this port over here is the port that we're supposed to be looking at. So it's SSL unknown. So what we're going to do is we're going to send our SSL with the password to this port number over here. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so let me get the command. Here we go. Okay, so this is the exact sort of command we did in the last level, but in this case we need to identify a specific port first, and we identified the port using nmap. So we give the command, and then we get the quote-unquote password for the next level. So this isn't actually a password. What this is an SSH private key, and we'll talk a little bit about SSH private keys in the next level. But suffice it to say, what we need to do is we need to copy this to our own directory. So we're going to highlight all this and copy it, and then we're going to exit the level, and we're going to create a key for the next level. So we're going to call this one Bandit. What level of Bandit is this? Hold on. This was Bandit 16. So the next one's going to be it's going to be Bandit 17. So we're going to call this file bandit17.key, and we're going to paste in the key contents. So this is a little bit slow to start up. Okay. So now that we've got the contents of the SSH key, oh, it looks like this was truncated. Oh, wow. So I think the problem here is that I think the clipboard for this JS Linux machine is it's not very large. So we can't put very much in the clipboard. That's unfortunate. Let's save this first. I think we might have to do this in 2 chunks. So we're going to save this first, and then we need to get the rest of the RSA key. Let's log back into the level. Hold on, I need to know what part of the key we need to... Okay, so we need to start from the part of the key that starts with this letter, with these letters here. I'm just going to paste that into chat so I remember. And then we're going to log back into the level. So this is a little bit messy, but sometimes you have to work with what you got. Okay, so copy this password. We're going to need to provide this password. Paste it in. And let me get the command. Ah, darn it. Darn it, darn it, darn it. Okay, I clicked on the link, and that broke my connection to the JS Linux. I'm gonna have to relog in. So it's Bandit 16. Bandit.labs.overthewire.org, port 2220. Let me get that password one more time. Okay. So that'll teach me to click on links. Okay, paste in the password. Okay, so let me get the command that we need to do to access the key here. Okay, so we need to keep going from the line that starts with SGHA. So this is the line over here. So the line chopped off because it looks like the clipboard wasn't very big, so we need to copy this to the clipboard, exit out of here, and then Oh, You know what? Okay. This is all screwed up now because the file that I created with the first part of the key was also erased when I reloaded the page. So I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to put it in chat so that I can get it later. Wow, the formatting looks really weird there. And then I'm going to copy the second half of the key, and I'll put it in the chat as well. Okay. Anyways, let's see if we can paste these parts of the key together. Okay, we're gonna call this Bandit 17.key. We're gonna paste in the second part of the key, and then we're gonna copy the first part of the key. You know, when you do hacking, sometimes you have to work with some weird circumstances. So let's paste in the first part of the key, and then we will save the file, and then we'll go back into the file with nano. Okay, so it looks like it looks like when I copied it from. Oh, this looks so bad. Okay, you know what? At least they separate it by the line breaks. They've got a little space where each one of these line breaks are. So hopefully this doesn't take too long to put together. Because we're going to be using this key in the next level. Okay, I think... I wish there was a faster way to... Actually, wait, is there a faster way to move around in the line? Oh, there is. Okay. So if you hit the control key when you're using the arrow key, it'll send you... I wonder what the delineator is. Oh, okay. So I think the delineator for this is the plus or special characters. So when you reach a special character, it'll just skip to the next special character. Oh, awesome. Okay. So we've got our key. Let's go ahead and save this out. And then we'll go back in one more time to make sure that the formatting is correct. So this looks like the correct formatting for an SSH key. So let's go ahead and save this out. All right, so let's go ahead and finish this and finish the walkthrough for this level. It's taken a long time. So before we finish, let's talk about what we did in this level. So this was Bandit level 16, so the username is Bandit16, the password is this. The objective for this level is the credentials for the next level can be retrieved by submitting the password of the current level to a port on localhost in the range 31,000 to 32,000. So the method of solve. So the first thing we need to do is figure out which ports in the range are hosting the SSL service, and we do that with this nmap command over here. This is going to scan the localhost on a range from 31,000 to 32,000. So one of the ports is serving SSL, so we send that port the password. So we echo out the password, and we pipe it into OpenSSL, just like we did in the previous level, but we have to specify the port that is serving the SSL service. So we receive an SSH private key as the response, so we'll need to create a private key for the next level. Alright everybody, so that was a guided walkthrough for Bandit level 16 from Bandit Labs over at overthewire.org. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out! Okay, let's get ready for the next level. So this is going to be the last level we're doing today. And, ooh, the last level we're doing today, huh? It looks like we might have a bit of time left over. We might talk about some theory for doing the next level after that. if we have got a little bit of time left over. Okay, so this is level 17. Let's go ahead and switch this over to level 17 as well. And let's log into the next level. Okay, everybody, this is A. This is mislabeled. This should say 17. Anyways. Okay, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Bandit 17 level from the Bandit CTF labs over at overthewire.org. The first thing we need to do is we need to log into the level, but we got a SSH private key from the previous level, so we're going to need to use that private key to log in. So what does an SSH private key look like? Let's talk about it a little bit before we move on. Okay, so we're talking about SSH private keys. So the previous level didn't give us a password, but rather an SSH private key. These keys can be used instead of passwords. So simply creating this file on our host is not enough, because SSH private keys require very specific file permissions to be considered valid. So before we use the SSH private key, we need to do some modification to it. But first of all, let's take a look at what the private key looks like first over here. So in the previous level, we created this key over here called bandit17.key. So this was created from copying the output that we got from the service on SSL. So if we take a look at the contents of the key, it's going to be begin RSA private key, and then a bunch of base64 information over here. And at the end, it's going to say end private RSA private key. So if we have this file, we can use it to log into the next level via the SSH program. And this is how we do it. So like we saw in the notes over there, we need to change the file permissions for this key before we can use it. So if we take a look at the file permissions here, we can see that that both groups and global users can read this key, and this is not considered safe by SSH. I'll demonstrate what actually happens if we try to use this key as it is. Let's do that. So SSH, we're going to specify I for private key, and we're going to give the name of the private key, bandit17.key. We're going to log in as bandit17 at bandit.labs.overthewire.org on port 2220. So the problem here is it says warning unprotected private key file. Permissions 0644 for bandit17 key are too open. It is required for your private key files to not be accessible by others. This private key will be ignored. So we can't use this key as it is. So what we need to do is we need to adjust the permissions. And we can do that by giving this command over here. So chmod, we're going to change the permissions. So change mode is what the command stands for. We're going to set it to 600. 600 means that the file owner gets full permissions, but all the other users, the group user and the global users, get 0 permissions. So we run this on bandit17.key, and now that we've adjusted this, we'll see that the bandit key doesn't have any permissions for anything other than the file owners. Sick of the Mind says it's read-write for file only, not execute though. Yeah, that is correct. So it's not full file permissions for the owner, but it is most permissions for the file owner. Anyways, let's go ahead and use that to log in. So it's going to be the same command as before. SSH-I and then the name of the key, and then bandit17 at bandit.labs.overthewire.org, port 2220. So this works. I say ahead of time. Okay, so we managed to log into the level. Oh no, I clicked on the link again. Wow. Sometimes I really, So I lost all of my information. Man, I am so disappointed. Okay, but you know what? We've got the, This is going to be a lot faster if I edit this on my Kali Linux box. Let's, but anyways, no. Let's do this in, Let's do this in Nano. Okay. Bandit 17.key. I've got all the information here. Gosh darn it. I hate making typos. Okay, paste in the first part of the key. Paste in the first part of the key. Okay, and then we'll paste in the second part of the key. Sorry everybody for this interruption. Sometimes the systems are not very forgiving. Okay, let's put this key together. So, oh, this looks so bad. Okay, so if you do Control plus the arrow keys, it's going to skip around until it finds the first special character, and this is very useful if you've got a bunch of input to move around in. Okay, here we go. Let's put this key back together. Okay. Anyways, hey everybody, how's everybody doing? I'm putting together an SSH private key. How's everybody's Monday going? Did everybody have a great weekend? Because you know, we have to have a good time while while we're learning about cybersecurity. Okay, that's the key. That's the key. Let's save it out. And let's remember not to click on any suspicious links when we log in. So chmod plus x plus 600 on private key, bandit 17.key. Okay, let's log in. SSH-I bandit 17.key bandit 17 at bandit.labs.overthewire.org on port 2220. Okay, let's be very careful and let's take a look at what we actually need to do for this level, because logging in is just half the battle. So this is going to be level 17 to 18, and on this level, the level goal states there are two levels in the home directory, passwords.old and passwords.new. The password for the next level is in passwords.new and is the only line that has been changed between passwords.old and passwords.new. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about this. It's not a very complicated solve for this level. So we're talking about the diff command. So the diff command is a very easy to use command inside of Linux, and it'll tell you the differences between one file and another file. So we've been instructed to find the line that has changed between the passwords.old file and the passwords.new file, and we use that as the password for the next level. So all we need to do is use the diff command to do this. So it's going to be diff, and then the first file, and then the second file. So the order matters in this case. So if we want to see what line has been changed in the passwords.new file versus passwords.old, we have to do passwords.old first and then passwords.new. Let's demonstrate this. So over here, in the directory, there's passwords.new and passwords.old. So we just need to give this command, diff passwords.old and then passwords.new. So if we give this command, we can see from the output that this line in passwords.old was replaced by this line in passwords.new. So this is the password for the next level. So this is Bandit 18. Okay, so before we finish, let's talk about what we did in this level and with a little recap. So this is Bandit level 17. Password was the SSH private key from the previous level. Our objective in this level is to see which line is changed between passwords.old and passwords.new. And the method of solve, after we sign in using the SSH private key, is use the diff command to see what line is changed. It's very easy, but we need to provide the diff passwords.old, passwords.new. Alright, everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Bandit 17 level from overthewire.org, Bandit CTF Labs. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video, and put a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so let's you know what? Let's not move on to the next level. Let's start our last part of the stream a little bit early today, because we got about 9 minutes. But let's talk about what we're going to be doing for the last part of today's stream. In the last part of today's stream, we're going to be doing some good old-fashioned Linux hacking, and we're going to be hacking on the Dockerlabs.es platform here. If you want to use this platform, you need access to a version of Linux that has a bunch of cybersecurity tools. So something like a Kali Linux or a Parrot OS, and you also have to make sure that the that machine has Docker installed, because all of the challenges on this website are all Docker containers that you download and deploy to your deploy on your machine. So the challenge that we're going to be doing today is called Pinguinazo, and I'm not sure if Pinguinazo means something in Spanish. I should probably check, because sometimes the language barrier gets in the way when we do our hacking challenges like this. So if we go over to translate.google.com, let's switch this over to Spanish, and it just says Pinguinazo. I have no idea what this is supposed to be. That's okay. You know, with such an unusual name, this might be a password or something, but I don't know for sure. Anyways, let's start the challenge, and then we can jump into it. So the first thing we need to do is we need to download the challenge. So I can download this to my Kali Linux machine by clicking on the download link here. And if you're interested in downloading this yourself, this is the download link. Let's go ahead and download that. This is a large one. It's almost 500 megabytes. Anyways, let's download it. And that's going to take a little bit of time to download, but in the meantime, we're going to set up our tabs over here. So we're going to have a bunch of tabs while we're doing this challenge. I'm going to start renaming some of them. So this is going to be my Nmap enumeration tab. And what else do we need? We're probably going to need a web enumeration tab. Web enumeration. And what else do we need? We probably need a brute forcing tab, because we're probably going to do some brute forcing at some point. What else? We're going to need a tab for research. Sure. And what else? We're going to need a tab for shell access. And we're going to do one more tab for our Docker container. So Docker container. Okay, and here's the fun part. The fun part is we're going to color our tabs. So we're just going to assign some fun colors to the tabs so that we can spot them easily. Here's some green, and here's some, here's some yellow, and maybe some orange, and some red. And last but not least, we'll do some purple. Okay, awesome. So over here, the Docker container is going to download to our downloads directory. So I probably have too much stuff here. I probably need to get rid of some of this. Let's get rid of some of this. So the Showtime challenge was last time. Let's get rid of that. And we've got this snapshot stuff. Let's get rid of that. Okay, so let's deploy the machine. So we need to unzip this this file here, and we're gonna. if you do a lot of these Docker Labs challenges, you might be tempted to reuse this auto deploy script that deploys the Docker container. Do not do this. Always use the autodeploy.sh script that comes with your challenge, because the autodeploy scripts are different. They deploy different services, and if you use the same one for a bunch of different Docker Labs challenges, you will have a very bad time. Anyways, replace it, and it's going to unzip this penguinazo.tar. This is going to take a little bit of time. Okay, it's done. Let's go ahead and give executable permissions to the autodeploy script, and then run the autodeploy script with penguinazo.tar. Okay, so it should take just a moment or two to deploy the machine. We can see here that we've got some awesome Spanish message over here. So estamos desplegando la máquina vulnerable, espere un momento. And now we have access to the machine. It's on this IP address. So let's go ahead and copy that, and let's do an nmap scan. So here we're just going to give the nmap command here against the Docker machine. So the Docker machine is on this IP address. We're going to scan all the ports on the machine. We're going to scan it very, very quickly. We're going to do the scan very verbose, and we're going to run common scripts and versioning information on whatever services we find. Let's run the command. Okay, it looks like we only found one port. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch, so we ran ads on YouTube as well. And we also give some... let's also look at some birds. How about this bird? Okay, so I'm just going to take a little water break. I'll be back in just a second. This is a good opportunity for anybody with questions. If you have questions about cybersecurity, about getting into the industry, about what kind of training stuff you want to do, leave your messages and comments in the chat. I'll get to them as soon as I can. But let me just have a little water break. Okay, so Legin, how's the stream going? We're just starting into our final activity for today's stream. We're going to be doing some Linux hacking against an easier challenge, and we're just going to see where this takes us. I'm going to be demonstrating some common techniques for doing pen testing against Linux systems. Yeah, so if you're into cybersecurity, if you're into hacking stuff, this is what we're going to be doing. So let me put the birds away, and we'll get started. All right, so what do we have here? So it looks like we've got something happening on a web port somewhere. what port is this? This is port 5000. This is a bit unusual. So port 5000 usually, yeah. So this is running a Python web server. So this we can tell because it says workzug. Workzug is the name of the Python web server. And what do we have here? Okay. I think what we want to do is we want to just do a little bit of manual enumeration on the website first. So this is working on port 5000 of the machine. So we can just go over to our web browser, and it's going to be at 172.17, this thing, on port 5000. Let's take a look at what's happening here. Ah, okay. So it looks like some sort of registration page. So the page is labeled Pingu Registro. So Pingu, I assume, is penguin, and registro means registration. So it's a Pingu. Does Pingu by itself just mean penguin, or does it mean something else in Spanish? So we're doing this all in Spanish. Pingu means Pingu. Maybe Pingu is just like a cute way to say penguin. But what else is happening here? So we've got enter your name. Maybe we'll put in test name, and we've got a date of birth. I assume. I have no idea. Okay, so let's just say 0101 2000, and we need an email. So email. We can't change our email. The email is always going to be admin@pingulab.lab. And we got a phone number. I guess we could change the phone number, but I don't think we need to. Let's try saving this and see what happens. Oh, okay. It's the application is the application is echoing out our input to us. So this really makes me think that we're dealing with server-side template injection. So we just talked about server-side template injection. This is a web apps vulnerability. We just talked about this recently. Let me grab my notes for server-side template injection. We'll explain a little bit more about this. Actually, first we need to confirm that this is server-side template injection. Let me go ahead and see if I can confirm this real quick. So instead of test name, I'm going to put in some sort of math problem that we want the server to return to us. Something like 7 times 7. Any math problem will be okay. Okay, so it does return the math to us. So this is more than likely server-side template injection. So let's talk a little bit about this. So we just covered these kind of problems for Pico CTF. So Pico CTF 2025, and this was for the web app, and this is SSTI 1. And I think I've got a little presentation that talks about this too. Okay, here. So we're talking about the SSTI vulnerability. And this is server-side template injection. This is a web app vulnerability where the app uses a templating engine to create web page content. So if the app is coded insecurely, a user could inject malicious code into the app to interact with the templating engine to achieve remote code execution on the app. So a very common way to identify a potential SSTI vulnerability is when we find a web page which echoes back user input. So if we input something like this, HackerFrogs rule, and then we get this back in the output from the web application, this is probably a good indication that it might be vulnerable to SSTI. So if we can identify such a web page, we can confirm the vulnerability by having the application perform math operations. So we could do inside these squiggly brackets, we can do 7 times 7. And if we get 49 back from the application, then it's definitely vulnerable to server-side template injection. So because we got it to do the mathematics over here, then it's a pretty good indication. The next thing we need to do is we need to change the payload a little bit and see if it outputs this 7 times. So this is the string 7. We're going to multiply this by 7. If it's vulnerable to server-side template injection, it'll output to us 7 sevens. So let's go ahead and try that out, and it does. Okay, so this is a classic server-side template injection, and it's probably using the Jinja 2 templating engine, because that's the one that's associated with Python. So we know that Python is running because in the nmap output here, we got here that the server is Python and it's workzug. So workzug is the name of the Python web server. And let's go ahead and do some hacking. So if we find that that this is the templating engine being used, it's probably the Jinja 2 templating engine. We can craft a payload that'll let us do remote command execution. Remote command execution is basically running arbitrary commands on a web server. And let me get the payload. So I can use the same payload that I used for the challenge over at Pico CTF, and it's this one over here. So I just provide this to chat. So this is basically a Python command. The Python command is going to let us use the OS module to run this command over here, ls, and that's going to show us what's in the current directory. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so up here, this is the vulnerable field here. We're going to... Okay, so it looks like in this directory is Flask SSTI Flask SSTI lab. Okay, interesting. Okay. The next thing we want to do is we want to figure out which user we're running as. So instead of ls, we'll do the whoami command. So let's run that command. And the name of the user we're running as is the Penguinazo user. Okay. So now that we know that, we probably want to escalate from here, and we want to get direct access to the server. So to get direct access to the server, we're going to set up a little bit of shell access, which means that we're going to run bash, and then we're going to set up a netcat command to set up a listener. So the listener, what a netcat listener is going to do is it's going to listen for incoming connections from the vulnerable machine. We're going to try to have the vulnerable machine connect to our machine on port 443. And since we have this listener here, if we get the incoming connection, we're going to get a reverse shell connection to the machine. So let's go ahead and figure out how we're going to get that reverse shell connection. So we're going to go back to the web app. We're going to keep on running commands through the server-side template injection vulnerability. We need to find out what tools are available on the machine. So we're going to figure out if we have netcat on the machine. Probably not. Yeah. So because we don't get any output, it's probably because there's no netcat tool on the machine. So these Docker containers do not have very many tools on them, and that's by design, because Docker containers are very bare bones, and they only have whatever commands on them that are necessary for them to run the things that are supposed to run. Okay, so we can search for a bunch of different tools. We're probably not going to find any tools, which means we probably have to run the bash reverse shell. So if we were to, we're going to use a little a little website that helps us do reverse shell commands, and it's called revshells.com. So you can use this tool to craft reverse shell connections. You can craft them using Linux, or you can use them craft them using Windows. Either way is fine. You just need to click on the right areas. So in this case, we need to provide an IP address and a port. This is going to be the correct IP address for these Dockerlabs challenges, and this is the port that we specified here. So we're going to use the bash command to get a reverse shell. We're going to try this one out. There's a bunch of different reverse shell commands we can use with Linux, depending on what commands and software is installed on the machine. So we've got one for Python. Actually, you know what? Python might be a pretty good bet because the web server is running Python. So we probably maybe let's try using a Python reverse shell command. So let's try this. Let's try that, and let's go back to the web app. Where are we? Here. Actually, we should probably use the whole command. We need to figure out which Python is being run. If it's Python version 2 or Python version 3. Let's figure that out over here. So which Python? Okay, it's not Python. It's probably Python 3. So this is going to be Python 3. Yeah, okay. There is Python 3 on the box. Let's try. So let's try this command. Where are we? Here. Okay. So we'll paste in the command. So I think we're going to be okay. Oh, we need to change this. So we've got so whenever you're doing a command, you need to make sure that there are not two single quotes in a row. You need to alternate your single quotes and your double quotes. So let's make this here double quotes, and then at the end we'll also make this double quotes. Wait, where did the single quotes end? Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, make this double quotes. All right, let's try this out. We got an error message from the Python application. Okay, so I guess we can't use that that reverse shell command. Let's let's find another reverse shell command. How about an easy bash one over here? So bash I, let's try this one. Okay. So we'll get rid of all this stuff. Let's run that. And I don't think it went through. Yeah, we've still got this over here. Okay, let's go back. Let's change this back to... I don't think it matters whether or not we're using double quotes or single quotes in here, but let's try the single quotes. Still doesn't work. So at this point, we should probably make sure that our IP address is correct. So IPA. So on the Docker interface, this is our IP address. Okay, so let's see if so this is our command over here. We want it to run a reverse shell connection. Okay, let's try some more Python stuff. So we've got Python 3, Python 3 number 2. Okay, let's try this one. Didn't we? I think we just tried this. If we just okay. Let's stop and think about this for a sec. So we're already running Python with our injection over here. So I guess what else could we do? So instead of a reverse shell command, maybe we can just do a little bit of snooping first. So instead of sending the reverse shell command, let's take a look at the home directories. So when we look at the home directories, we've got Penguinazo and we have Ubuntu. And I don't know what this... Oh, okay. So this is part of the program which runs this stuff. Maybe we should take a look at inside Penguinazo's directory, and maybe there's some funny stuff in there that we could take advantage of. So let's take a look at that inside that directory. So home Penguinazo. Okay, so we've got bash history, bash logout, Flask, SSTI lab. So the lab is in here, in this directory, and I guess we could take a look inside there to see what kind of code is running. Is that okay? Let's take a look. Let's just take a look and see what's going on. Oops. Copy that. Okay. Sure is some scary music going on. Okay, let's take a look at what's going on inside that directory. So we've got app.py and then we got templates. So the application code is probably in here. I wonder if we could read this application code. Let's go ahead and try that. So I've got a feeling we're not going to be able to read the code because it's Python code and we're running a Python app. But just in case, let's go ahead and try reading it with the cat command. Oh, interesting. Okay, we are able to read it. Okay, so we've got the greet function over here. We got the index, and I think we should be able to write. We should be able to write to this application because there's nothing. Well, I mean, we are running as the file owner, so we could put in. We could write some Python code to this file, and then it's going to run the code in here. And when it runs the code, it'll send the reverse shell connection. So we need to find a way to run this code. So we would create something like this. So we're going to do like something like echo all of this out, echo this, and then add it to the app.py file. And the path for that, let me get the path. Sure is some scary music. Okay, so this is the application path for app.py. So let's write some stuff into there. Okay, so I guess we can put all this between double quotes. Okay, let's give this a try. Might not work, but who knows? Okay, so we're gonna replace all this stuff in here. We're gonna paste in the code. Let's give this a try. And we get an error message. So I wonder what caused the error message. Let's go back. Let's change around some stuff. We're going to change this from single quotes to double quotes. We're going to change this from double quotes to single quotes, and this from single quotes to double quotes. And let's try this one. Okay, so I don't know if it went through or not, but if this worked, we should be getting some shell access in just a second. It says unable to connect. Huh, I wonder why it was unable to connect. Is it because we broke the application? Okay, so greet. I think we might have broken the application. Okay, let's do a quick nmap scan on port 5000. Yeah, we we took the server offline with our command over there. All right, I guess we need to reset the lab. So we're just going to shut down the Docker container, and we're going to restart it. So we borked the web application by sending the wrong command. Okay, so we're going to start up the container again. Maybe we can try something a little bit different. We know that there's no. Maybe we can try writing a file with the server-side template injection. So let's make sure that the application is up first. So on port 5000. Okay, we're reset again. So everything, we need to make sure that it is going through okay. Enter your name. Actually, you know what? I might have something from the SSTI lab notes from Pico CTF. Actually, I don't think I do. Never mind. Maybe I can look this up. So Python Jinja 2 SSTI reverse shell payload. Okay, let's see if we can get reverse shell payload. Server side RCE, okay. This is a little bit too scary for me. I'm gonna put on some other music. It's a little bit too intense. Let's try some Faster Than Light. It is a much more chill soundtrack. Okay. Okay, so So we're basically running... What can we do? I think we can create files. So let me get my payload we were using all this time. This one. Go back to the application here. Let's try some... let's see what directory we're running inside of first. So home pinguinazo, great, that's fine. And then let's just try echo something out. HackerFrogs rule, and we're going to output that to what? Test.txt. Let's try if we can create. Let's see if we can create that file. Okay, and then let's take a look at what's in the current directory with the ls command. Okay, so we were able to successfully create test.txt. Great. Okay, so we could potentially create a script file that gets us reverse shell access. So let's start crafting that. So let's try. First of all, let's echo to reverse.sh. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch. When ads run on Twitch, we also run them on YouTube. And let's go ahead and put on a lovely bird video. How about these bully birds right here? Okay, so please enjoy the birds and the music. We'll be back in about a minute or so. Okay, I think we're on track. We just need to create our reverse shell script and then run the script from the web application. These are quick little birds. Okay, let me put the birds away. It's always lots of fun to watch the birds fly to the feeder and grab some peanuts and seeds and then leave. They get in, they get out. It is a very efficient process. All right, put the birds away. Okay, let's create this command over here. So we're gonna do bin bash. So shebang. So shebang bin bash. So we're just going to start creating a little reverse shell script over here. So this is the first part. We're going to feed this to the application. And I think Yeah, so we'll start feeding this the application. This is the first part. We're just going to put it in here between some double quotes. Okay, so I think it worked. We just need to make sure that the file was created. Okay, so we did create the file. Great. Okay, let's continue making the file. So to continue on the next line, it's going to be our reverse shell command. So the reverse shell command is, we're just going to get that one-liner. It's going to be a bash one-liner here. Okay, and let's craft that. Okay, we're going to send this to the web application via server-side template injection as well. Put it in between the double quotes. Okay, so the last thing we need to do is make sure that, well, there are a couple more things that we need to do before we finish, but we need to make sure that it was recorded. So cat reverse.sh. Okay, so it looks like some of these symbols have been changed. Yeah, the greater than symbol over here has been changed. That's probably going to get right. So the greater than symbol and the ampersand over here have been encoded. That's probably going to get in the way of the of execution. But you know what? I'm going to try anyways. The last thing we need to do is just do chmod plus x for reverse.sh here. Just like this. So we're going to send this command, see if it actually, well, this will go through, but after that we'll see if we can actually execute the command, the script afterwards. Okay, let's go back. We're going to run chmod plus x. And then we're going to try running the command. So to run the command, it's just going to be oh, wow, it looks like it's working. Okay, shell access. We got access to the shell. Great, great, great. We're in. Okay, so that means we have to call Mr. Scary Hacker Voice Man. Just let me call Scary Hacker Voice Man, wake him up, and then we can talk about how we broke into the server.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Penguinazo Administrator, it looks like there's something wrong with your Python web application. It seems like you forgot to, what is the word? Ah yes, secure it against server-side template injection. Well, we found the server-side template injection, and then we used it to do remote code execution. And after that, we used it to create a script file that gave us reverse shell access. Well, maybe you knew about these security flaws in your application, or maybe you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
Okay, we're in. So let's, so first of all, we should probably try to upgrade our shell access. And we can upgrade our shell access with with Python. Because we have Python at our disposal. It's Python 3. And let's go ahead and upgrade our shell with that. So we can do this command, Python 3 import pty.spawn bin bash. And that's going to give us a slightly upgraded shell. After that, we need to use the stty command to upgrade our shell further. So the reason why we're upgrading our shell is because netcat shells by default are very, very non-functional. They don't let us do a lot of stuff. We want to get a fully functional shell, and we can do it with this combination of commands. So first of all, we're going to background our shell, then we're going to get stty.a to get some settings. So we need to get these settings here, rows 27, columns 111. We're going to be using these to upgrade our shell in just a little bit. After that, we're going to run stty raw minus echo. So we're going to connect the terminals to whatever is to echoed out. Then we're going to foreground the shell. We're going to export shell equals bash. Export terminal is going to be xterm 256 color. I think that's how you spell it. Let me just check really quick. So echo xterm 256 dash xterm dash 256 color. So it's xterm dash 256 color. Okay, and then we stty rows 27 columns 111, and now we should have a fully functional shell. Okay, great. We've got colors. We've got tab autocomplete. We've got clear the screen. We have moving around inside our terminal line, and we have terminal text editors. So we have a fully functional shell. Great. All right, let's do our privilege escalation now. So the goal of any CTF box exercise like this is to get super user access to the box, and that's how we prove we have completed the exercise. So if we ask who are we are the Penguinazo user. This is probably a higher level user than usual, but it's not the highest level of user. So the highest level of user is the root user. We need to find some way to become the root user. So it looks like, Symbleed says any Mac or LSM in kernel enforced via AppArmor or SE Linux. I'm not too sure what LSM stands for. Can you let me know what LSM stands for, Symbleed? Thank you very much. But I don't think. Well, I think we found our privilege escalation vector here, because we've got sudo access as with the Java binary. So Java is well, it's a programming language. We can probably use it to get elevated access if we have access to it with sudo. We would usually go to a website like gtfobins.github.io, and from here we can look up whatever whatever command we can use with sudo, and we might be able to find a method of... Java isn't here. But I'm pretty sure there's some sort of, there's some way we can elevate our privileges with Java. Simply it says it's Linux security modules, which does cap.sh returns. Oh, okay, cap.sh. So we're talking about capabilities, or binaries with additional capabilities, right? So Java. So if anybody knows what the privilege escalation vector is for the Java... So let's see. Linux, Java, privilege escalation. Privilege escalation on Linux with examples. Sudo Java. Okay. So sudo Java privilege escalation. Let's take a look. So it involves creating... What is it? If we can execute Java command with arbitrary .jar file is root, we can escalate our privileges. Okay. So we're going to need a Java... okay. Reverse shell Java payload. So what do we got here? Create a jar file. So first create a custom jar file in the local machine. Replace local IP with your local IP address. Okay. We're using the forbidden... the forbidden command. Okay. Let's go ahead and do that with... let's do this in our research area. So we're using the forbidden platform. So we need our IP address, 172.17.01. The listening port, let's use 443 because I like that one the most. We're just going to call this shell.jar after we use this command to do so. Let me provide this to chat just in case you're wondering what I'm doing here. So this is very similar to doing hacking against Apache Tomcat. Apache Tomcat is a version of the Apache web server which runs Java files, so Java jar files. Actually, no, it's not jar, it's war files. Never mind. It's a little bit different. Okay, so we got our jar file here. And we're going to, I think we can probably, this is probably not very large. So if we cat this out and then base64 encode this, we can probably just move this along with the with our clipboard. Oh, it is kind of big, but it's okay. So this is a method of moving files around. If the files are not too big, you can just turn these binary files into base64, then copy the base64 to your clipboard, and then paste it out on the other side. So you would copy this base64 stuff, and then you would create a file on the other end. We'll just call this shell.b64, and then paste in all the contents. After that, we've got our jar file in base64 form. We're just going to cat it out, and then pipe that and do base64 decode. And the whatever is the original file, we'll just call it shell.jar. And now we've got shell.jar in here. We just need to oh, there's no file command, so we can't confirm that this is a jar file. That's fine. We're just going to make this executable. And I think we should just be able to run Java on this to get our reverse shell. So before we do that, we should probably set up another listener. So we're just going to, let's just do rlwrap. So rlwrap is a program we can use with netcat to get slightly more functional netcat shells. Okay, so what was the other step? Start the listener, okay. Now execute the Java command as root in the target machine. So sudo java jar. Great. Let's do that. Sudo java. Is it dash jar? Dash jar shell.jar. Okay, so the shell hangs, which means that we probably executed the code in the shell.jar file. So we got a connection from unknown. Who are we? We're root. Awesome. You know what that means? We get to run this.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, so we're root now, so let's go ahead and finish off the exercise. In the root directory, there's nothing here. So most of the machines on the Dockerlabs.es website don't have a flag file that we're supposed to read, but this is what we're going to interpret as successfully rooting the machine. We're gonna do a little bit of server defacement. We're gonna leave a message to the administrator in the root directory here. So we're gonna echo out. We're gonna echo out. What are we gonna echo out? HackerFrogs rule. Hey, brother. Don't leave SSTI vulnerabilities in your web apps. Also, don't give your users sudo permissions with powerful binaries such as Java, because they can lead to privilege escalation. Hope you have a great week. Signed, the Shy Hat and the HackerFrogs. And we're going to output that to graffiti.txt. Okay, and if we read graffiti.txt, we've got our message over here. All right, so we finished this. Box. It didn't take a really long time, so that's great. We're gonna try one more. So we finished one challenge. Let's push our luck and do another challenge. So it's great that we've got this little article here that taught us how to do Java privilege escalation. Let's take a look at Docker Labs and see what the next challenge is called Balulero. Balulero, is that a Spanish word? Ah, puppy. Okay, let's take a look and see if Balulero. Balulero is not Bolero. What is Bolero? It's nothing. If you speak Spanish and you can tell us what Balulero could mean, please let us know in the chat, because I'm curious. Or if it's just somebody's name. Anyways, let's go ahead and get out of here. Shut down the Docker container, and then we can move on to the next challenge. Okay, shut down the challenge. Let's reset our terminals. Okay, we should probably delete the files here, because the container was rather large, and I don't want to. I want to keep my my file system nice and clean. Although I say nice and clean, but I've got all this stuff lying around here. Do as I say and not as I do. Okay, let's download the next challenge file. It's going to be over here. It is the Balulero file. Balulero. Download that. Okay, download. We got 241 megabytes, a little bit smaller than the last one. I wonder why. Oh, you know what? They had to install Java on the last Docker container. That's probably why it was so big. GradXT says I had to expand my virtual disk midway through the competition. Okay, you're talking about which competition are you talking about? Are you talking about the CTF challenge that you did last weekend, or are you talking about something else? Let us know, GradXT. And yeah, sometimes you need to keep track of your disk space. It's not the most fun thing to do, but you know how it is. Okay, so let's unzip this thing. Unzip Badulero. And let's go ahead and deploy it. So we're going to make auto-deploy executable, and then run auto-deploy with Balulero. Whoops. Okay. Alright, so let's, GradXT says, when you have to make specialized word lists and they get big fast. Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you. Okay, so we got the same IP address as usual. That's fine. Let's do our nmap scan. So... it looks like we've got a classic combo. We've got port 22 and port 80. So the meta, if we're doing our metagaming, is that on port 80 we're going to find some sort of credentials after doing some looking around, and then we're going to use those credentials to log into port 22. So port 80 is the HTTP web pages, and port 22 is the SSH port where we do remote access, remote login access. So let's go ahead and take a look at what's going on. So OpenSSH, this is a relatively recent version, so this is probably not vulnerable to any known hacks. But we got port 80 here. So it looks like my landing page cybersecurity. I wonder what this is all about. Okay. Let's not jump the gun. Let's do a little bit of web app enumeration first. So we're just going to go over here. We're going to run dirb, which is a very simple directory boot forcer, or directory, what is the word? Directory busting tool. So we just get index.html, that's fine. Let's run Nikto next. Nikto is a older web app vulnerability scanner, and sometimes it can give us some good output. Doesn't give us very much right here, I don't think. Apache, that's probably not very relevant to what we're doing. And last of all, we're going to run FerrixBuster. So FerrixBuster is a modern directory busting tool. And the good thing about FerrixBuster is that it does scans recursively, so if it finds a vulnerable directory, if it finds a directory, it'll go inside the directory to do more enumeration. So let's take a look at PHP pages, HTML, TXT, files, zip files, back files. What else could we look for? Let's just try these file extensions first. If we find some extra stuff, what the heck? Kali.p. Oh no. Oh no. So this is supposed to be some sort of cybersecurity student's website. Okay. Let's. Okay. While this is scanning, let's take a look at what the web page looks like by default. So 7.2. What the heck? This is blurry as heck. Let's reload the page. Hold on. This hurts to look at. Can I pause this video? Hold on. What the heck? I didn't choose this download. He may be a cybersecurity student. Maybe he needs a he may be a cybersecurity student. Maybe he needs a few classes in web design. Yeah, maybe. Anyways, it looks like looking at that page. We've got some. Okay, let's look at the source. So we got video over here. Fondo. What is Fondo? Let me look that up on Fondo. Fondo means background. Okay. So video background. Okay. We've got a source video.mp. I hope it's not steganography. So there might be some secrets hidden in this video.mp4. Anyways, okay, so El perito más guapo y bonito de todo Dockerlabs. So guapo means cool, I think, and perito is like a little dog, a puppy. Bonito is good. Let's copy this just to make sure that this is the message we're supposed to be getting. The cutest and prettiest dog in all of Docker Labs. Okay, great. So we got some fun stuff here. Oh, you know what? We might need to... do some translation because this stuff might be relevant to the challenge. Okay, what's the next message? The next message is... They're all 100%... Of course. Okay, we've got ads running on YouTube, so let's go ahead and run the same things. Sorry, we got ads on Twitch, so YouTube people get an ad. Let's go ahead and put on the cutest birds in all of cybersecurity. These are the cybersecurity birds. And we'll be back in just about a minute. Just need to take a little water break. So how's the weather where you are all at? Are you it's nice and warm today. It's been the first nice spring day in for the year of 2025. And hopefully the weather gets nice and warm, nice and quick, because I hate the cold rainy days. But let's go ahead and put the put the birds away. Man, this bird is just so cute. Okay. So I have a lot of experience making websites as cool as this one, and above all, 100% secure, where no one can hack them, of course. So let's go ahead and hack the website then. So we got Pinguino, we got Who Am I? What? There's just a website that's called Who Am I? There's an endpoint. Python.webp. Anyways, let's take a look at the website. So we got more stuff here. You know, maybe I should just throw this complete source code into the translation website, because there's a lot of stuff here and I don't want to miss anything. So I'm just going to throw this all into Google Translate. Okay, so throw this all into Google. Background video, sure. Your browser does not support video playback. The cutest and prettiest dog in all of Docker Labs. And the only one. Okay, so I probably need to pay attention to the dog's name. So the dog's name is Baloo. So maybe this could be a potential username. So echo I'm going to echo this out to users.txt. And, or maybe this is a password. This could also be a password. So call this pass.txt. Another thing that could be is that we might need to get rid of the accents and the capitalization, because Linux doesn't like that. Oh wait, darn it. Okay, users, and then okay, so now we have two files. I guess we don't need this shell.jar file anymore. Let's get rid of it. So we got potential passwords, we got potential usernames. Let us continue. Okay, cybersecurity audits. I'm a very cute and mischievous dog. I have a lot of experience. I'm a very cute and mischievous dog. About me, I'm a very cute and mischievous dog. Is this person... Does this person think they're a dog? Okay, so we've got... skills. Identifying vulnerabilities and breaches in security systems. More information. Protecting integrity and confidentiality of information. Okay. So... I'm not too sure where the vulnerability might be yet. Listen, we don't want to disparage anybody who has alternative lifestyles, because you know what? People with alternative lifestyles are all over the IT community. Anyways. Okay, so this is the cute dog, right? And my services, okay, we've got a bunch of great hacker stuff. So we got... Is this a website? Hold on. Right, you're talking to a frog right now. Yeah, of course. I live alternative lifestyle because I'm a cartoon frog on the internet. Okay, so this is like a Spanish hacking education website. Anyways, we got more social media stuff. So what do we do with this information? What is... Oh, this is the About page. Great. Okay, so we weren't able to find anything with our web enumeration. What about this who am I endpoint right here? I should probably take a look. So just copy that and see if we can. There's a who am I directory. There's a who am I directory. It's empty. I'm pretty sure we can't just upload. Can we upload to this? Wait, which methods can we do? If we could put something in the who am I directory here, that would be a big thing, right? Okay, so let's try curl to this endpoint, and we'll make it very verbose. See what we get. So index of who am I. And what else? So let's try Nicto one more time. We want to get all of the. So there's no put method. If there's a put method, then we could probably just put like some sort of malicious script there. But that's not the case. So I wonder what the significance of this who am I directory is. Because the directory doesn't have anything in it. Maybe we need to do some brute forcing right now. So let's just try brute forcing as users.txt. Actually, wait. Let's just try brute forcing as the Balu user. Balu. And passwords, we'll use the good old rock word list. Word lists, user share word lists. User share word lists, rocku.txt. Oh, no. Okay, let's try that. Alright, so maybe we'll find a hit using brute forcing, maybe not. But we'll leave this on in the background while we do some additional checks. So there must be something. Oh, there's the video file. There's probably something in the video file because it's kind of an unusual thing. Yeah. So over here, there's the source code for. There's the source. So this is video.mp4. So let's try downloading this. Okay, so where are we? Let's just go to shell access. Where are we in downloads? Okay, so it's going to be HTTP 1702. Okay, so we saved. It's a pretty big file. Video.mp4. Let's take a look at some exif tool data. Handler information, graphics mode. So there's nothing immediately jumping out to me as far as some password or user information or any. Okay, so this is a video of a dog, right? Let's see if there are any strings hidden in here. Maybe. Does any of this look suspicious? I don't think any of this looks super suspicious. The other thing we could do is we could throw this into, what is it called again? What is the website that we use for steganography? Let's do zsteg. let's do zsteg with this video file here. Unsupported. We can't do this with MP4 files. So what is steganography? Parasolve is only images. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Okay, so let's look this up real quick. So steganography MP4. So we've got video stego. Okay, we got new tools. Video steganography. Steganography tools. Okay, so our brute forcing is still going. Didn't find anything. So let's go check out. Let's check out this video steganography thing. Video Stego is a tool that you can use to write and read hidden messages in MP4 files using steganography techniques like LSB. So check. We've got the following dependencies. Okay. Building and installing on Linux. Sudo. Usual sudo make install procedure. Great. Okay. Okay, so I think what we need to do is we're gonna clone this this repository here. And then we'll see if we can get it to run after cloning the repository. So we're just going to copy the repository URL and then let's git clone this thing. Video stego, so move into video stego. So I guess they really want me to use the make file here, huh? Okay, okay. So sudo make install to uninstall, etc, etc. Okay. Where's the install file? Or wait, is it looking for a make file in here? Okay, so well, hopefully that did it. Video stego. Ah, okay, it's installed now. Sure. Okay, so to actually run it, make will always look for that file. Okay, great, great. The Vault 1999. Hello, nice to see you here. And let's give you a fun video. Redeem. And welcome to the chat. Let's say hack the planet, because I haven't done that in a while.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Welcome to the stream. Okay, so how do we run this? So we need to input video file. How do we extract? So to read, it has to be R. Okay, let's go ahead and try this command here. So we're doing video steganography. This is something I haven't done before. But you know what? Whoops. That's not the name of the file. It's going to be in the temp. Let's do video.mp4. Maybe there was nothing in there. Maybe there was really nothing in there, but I need to know for sure. Different file architecture, memory check, start memory check, questions. So it could be that it was There is some steganography in there, but it's not in a format that this program is not going to be able to read. Let's go back. It is a pretty large file. Let's try some binwalk. See if we can get some information here. So it looks like actually, maybe we can just read. Let's just watch the file and see what it looks like. So xtg open video.mp4. .mp4. Okay, it is a cute dog. It is a cute dog, I must admit. So that's a cute dog. But how are we going to use this cute dog video to hack this web server? That's the big question. That answers everything. Yes, it does, of course. Of course. So Baloo was, we're doing our brute forcing here. We haven't found anything. I'm not really expecting to find anything with brute force. But what else can we get from this? Let's run one more nmap scan. We'll run it a little bit slower. Okay, so we got 2 ports. Link allowed? Which link? Yeah, you can link stuff here. Yeah, no problem. You can link stuff in the chat. So let's see. We got these PNG files. jboot. Let me take a look at this. jboot framework. I'm not too sure what how this helps with the current exercise. You got that back from binwalk. jboot, we got that back from binwalk. Let me take a look. Where did I do binwalk? I think I did binwalk over here. Yeah. jboot stag header. jboot stag header. Using the jboot framework. Huh. I saw this, and I thought this could be false positive. It's hard to say. Can we try extracting something? Binwalk extract. One or more files failed to extract. Either no utility was found or it's unimplemented. We can come back to this a little bit later if we don't find anything else. We didn't find any other. Oh, what is it? Auto filtering found 404 like response and created new filter. Toggle don't filter. Don't filter. There are not very many results. There is a whoami directory. I'm not too sure the whoami directory. Wait. I mean, why is this directory called whoami specifically? Okay, so whoami, is there like a pwd directory? Is there a cat direct? I don't know. Why is there a whoami directory just randomly like that? Projects, skills, contact. There's a link to somebody's YouTube page here. No other links. Is there something inside this information? Because the problem is I don't read Spanish. I should probably look through this output over here. We've got social media. I'm pretty sure this page is just index.html. So the name of his dog is Baloo. There's no Baloo endpoint. Fernosec says, what are we up to? We're doing another Dockerlabs challenge. The Dockerlabs challenge we're doing right now is Balulero, and I wonder if... Why is there a picture of this dog? It's over at Dockerlabs.es, and it's called Balulero, like that. Okay, so this is... Randomly, there's a whoami endpoint over here, which gets redirected. Maybe I should throw a different word list at this. So don't filter. Auto filtering found 404 like response and created a new filter. Toggle off with don't filter. Don't filter. Let's try don't filter. Hey, Baba. Baba is on YouTube. Nice to see you here. Baba is me. Baba is you. Baba is you. Nice to see you here. Let's do don't filter and see what dev in chat. Maybe are you a developer, Baba? What is this, a CTF? Yeah, this is a CTF. Okay, so we've got all these 404. So let's filter on the 404s. Don't filter grep v 404. Oh, that's not useful. That's not useful at all. Let's not use the don't filter. Yeah, this is a CTF. We're doing a Docker CTF. So basically what you do is you download a vulnerable Docker container to your machine, and then you deploy the machine, and then you hack against it. Let's try a different word list. Okay, let's try... Is there like a Spanish word list we could use? Or maybe we should use directory list big. Where is directory list big? Directory list big. So locate seclists grep big. Directory list 2.3 big. Let's throw this at it. Brunosec says I'll spin it up too. Great, great. Could use another set of eyes. If you can solve it before me, then you are a cool guy. You're a cool guy. But yeah, let's try word lists, the big word list. Okay, so we're looking for PHP, HTML, TXT. Baba says I'll give it a try too. Yeah, go ahead. I mean, this is what we're here to do. We're here to do some hacking. If you all find some interesting stuff, let us know. We do know that there is a "Who am I" endpoint on this machine. Don't know why. And there's a fun video of a dog that is on the landing page. Let's see. So the brute forcing isn't going anywhere. So something tells me, okay, we got the "Who am I" endpoint again. I think this is really weird. Why is there a random "Who am I" endpoint? But maybe I shouldn't. The problem is that the "Who am I" endpoint is not super mysterious, because it's just an empty directory. And we can't put anything in here. We can't put anything in here. And there's no... Okay, we've got Dockerlabs. We've got the YouTube page for this developer guy. Let's take a look at the translation of the website. I'm a cute and mischievous dog. I have a lot of experience making websites as cool as this one, and 100% secure where no one can hack them. We get ads running on Twitch. When ads run on Twitch, we also run them on YouTube. Here you go. And let's go ahead and put on a bird video. How about this one? This is a woodpecker. We'll be back in about a minute. I just need to have a little water. Back in a bit. Baba says, "Yay, burb." I think we're gonna get along just fine. I'm also a big fan of birds, and I've got this this video camera that records the birds eating at the bird feeder. Baba, are you a security tester? Are you you work in cybersecurity? Are you a student? Let us know. Let us know. Okay, so we got another 20 seconds of ads. Enjoy the woodpecker. He's having a lot of fun. So this is a northern flicker woodpecker. You can tell because he's got his lovely black bib and his lovely red mustache and his little black eyes. Let's put the woodpecker away and we'll get back to hacking. Okay, so, identifying vulnerabilities and breaches in security systems, protecting the blah blah blah. Creation of secure, efficient, and scalable websites. Programming and cybersecurity classes for all levels. Okay. Baba says, I'm a student. Yeah. Yeah. Started coding for fun and did cybersecurity for a while. But it's been a while since I've done any CTF. Oh, okay. Yeah. Let's... You know what? I'm gonna go back to the endpoint over here. And I'm gonna copy all the source code. And then I'm gonna feed this to the LLM, and maybe the LLM can tell us if there's something... Who am I directory reminds me of API stuff. API stuff. There's nothing indicating to us that there's an API running, but you know what? It does kind of sound a bit like API stuff. Yeah. Let's okay. According to this HTTP source, is there any indication of a security vulnerability? Paste in the code. What do you got for me? Okay, so deeper inspection reveals several potential security concerns. Okay? Mixed content in external script vulnerabilities. What? The page loads multiple external JavaScript CSS libraries from unversioned CDN URLs. Okay? Don't know if we can take advantage of this or not. So supply chain attacks, okay. Lack of sub-resource integrity, SRI. No integrity hashes. This is actually something I was that came up when I was doing web app security testing. As a job, they would talk about sub-resource integrity, but I don't know if it's something that we can use. I don't know if it's super relevant for getting some sort of control over the application. Mixed HTTP and HTTPS. Okay. Missing security headers. This is also something we talked about during web app security testing. It's not something... It's a very low finding. Add headers via .htaccess or server config. Okay. Unfiltered user input. Dynamic text. Dynamic text? The page includes dynamic text element, but there's no visible sanitization. If this field pulls data from an untrusted source, it could lead to XSS. So the problem with XSS is it doesn't... I mean, XSS is a problem, but it's not usually something we can use to get remote code execution. Video autoplay with no fallback. So the video tag uses autoplay without a secure fallback. Buffer overflow. Buffer overflow? Tell me more. So the video tag uses autoplay without a secure fallback. So if video.mp4 is hosted externally, it could be replaced with malicious content. So, I mean, this isn't hosted externally, it's on the web server itself. With the password field. Is there a password field? Did we see that? There's no login page. At least I didn't see a login page on... This is... I mean, there are no links that lead anywhere. Oh, this video is killing me. Okay, so video playback, no fallback, sure. Third-party links without REL, no opener. External links, for example, YouTube social media, lack REL, no opener, no refer. tab napping. Malicious pages could exploit window.opener to redirect the original page. Missing alt attribute for some images. Okay. The risk is poor SEO impact. Oh, Don't really, I mean, we don't really care about that. No visible rate limiting or captcha on contact forms. There are no contacts forms. Okay. None of this seems... Starting to think that web server is misdirection or version number. Version number? Yeah, so... What else are we getting? So who am I? You know what? Maybe we should send a different method to the who am I endpoint. So maybe we'll send, I don't know, post or head or something. So what do we got? I'm majorly overthinking this. Well, you know what? Post or put? No clue. So okay, so curl. We send a post request to who am I? Not found. Okay, so then it's not found. We just get a, if we just do a regular GET request. Index of who am I? This is, okay, so there's indexing here. So, for no sec, have you found anything good so far? let us know how the good fight is going. Okay, so let's do a head request. So nothing really comes back. Well, I mean, I guess this is exactly what we expect because it's a head request. API Walker. Who am I? Academia. Maybe we need to look for more video files. Because we know there's one video file. There might be more video files. So if we look for JPEGs and PNGs and MP4s, I guess we could look for MP3 files as well. Maybe GIF. We found the video.mp4. Maybe we should... Oh, okay. So, I think... Maybe we should start taking a look at these... What? That's weird. Presentation? Presentation.mp4? We didn't see this before. Let's see if we can access it in the web browser. Okay, so we found something new. Let's take a look in the web browser. Okay, this is new. Fernosec! Wow! Congratulations, congratulations. Anyways, we're gonna be here for a while longer. Anyways, let's we keep on. The first step made me really mad. So it it must be steganography or something like that. Let's wget this presentation.mp4 thing. Exif tool it. So this is another video file. The video file doesn't tell us anything super interesting. Let's try strings. Hiding in a CSS or JS file. Maybe. Okay. That would be really dumb. That would be really, really dumb. It'd be really dumb. Very, very dumb. But, man, that would make me mad. That would make me mad. Because that's not usually something you look at. Oh, jeez. Okay, let me... Anyways. What does... So if you got a clue, you got a clue. So it wouldn't be in any of these links, because these are external links. Style.css, that would be so dumb. That would be so dumb. So what is in... Okay, let's copy this entire CSS file. We'll translate it. Okay, so we can go ahead and get rid of all this. Paste in. Reset basic. Okay. Styles for the header, completely transparent. Transition to soft hiding showing. Align stuff. Styles for the hero section. Prevents content from overflowing. Video covers the entire background. Center content vertically and horizontally. Space around the button. Okay. Apply zoom effect. Styles for the about section. Okay, so something tells me it's not going to be this file. Unless... It's probably not this file. What other files did we find? Okay, so let's look for some JS and CSS files specifically. So there was a JS file, images.js. Images.js? No, this is... It's so dumb. It's so dumb hiding this stuff. I shouldn't complain. I shouldn't complain that much. So let's see. Visible images. Have you seen the possibilities with rules files for AI? Rules files. What are you referring to? What are you talking about these rules files? Let me know. Okay. Oh, interesting. So yeah. Using AI AI to do like hacking stuff, of course. Okay, so probably not this page. What else do we have? Script. Oh, script.js. This is probably... That's probably going to be it. Okay, we got script.js. Okay, let's... Oh, the Spanish. Okay, let me grab all this and put it into Google Translate. Copy. But yeah, hackers can definitely use AI to do agentic stuff now, but the problem is that if they use AI, archivo.env, did I see that in the code? You know what? Let me find it. Hold on. Console log. What? Access console log functionality to hide show the header on scroll and web secret. Web secret. Console.log. Access to the env file, which is where the backup password is stored, has been denied. But a copy called env... What the heck? If only you know how to open the console. Open the console. env... env... Okay. Hold on. Where are we? Am I going... .env de Chingon? The message was being console logged all along. The message was being console logged all along. Wait, so does that mean if we go over to the web page here and then go over to our web development tools? And we've got our console over here. It was in here? Okay, well, let's reload the page. Interesting. Okay, so are we looking for something called .env? Are we looking for something .env? Because that would be weird. Well, I mean, it's still weird. Everything's weird about this box. This is a weird box. Okay, so if we just try... Okay. Something tells me we... Don't like this. Okay, let's look for .env. And this other thing, whatever. This thing. The env Balu, Chingon will never show up in a word list. I think this is the point. Okay, so is it just flat like this? Yeah, it won't show. This won't show up in a word list. But this is really dumb. Okay, so we've got our recovery login, Balu, and okay, these are our credentials. Have you seen .env files? Have you ever seen .env files? No, I don't think I have. I don't recall it. This this was so silly. This was so silly. Okay, let's log in. Let's log in. Okay, let's go creds txt. Start home labbing. Basically just a place to store environment variables for projects. I don't do very much dev stuff, so I don't use .env files. Okay, so what are we doing? We're logging in via SSH. So Balu app 721702, and this is the password. Connection closed. Connection closed. Baba says I've accidentally left env files on projects. Okay, so why did the SSH not work? Reset by peer. Reset by peer. Okay, I need to get rid of... I need to do SSH keygen to get rid of the entry. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, pasting the password, we're in. Alright, you know what? Yeah, Scary Hacker Voice Man has something to say about this. So let's call Scary Hacker Voice Man again, and we can talk about what's happening on this server.
Hey there, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Balulero Administrator, it seems like you're leaving weird notes in your JavaScript files. That was a big mistake. We found your... we found your messages that you were sending in the JavaScript file, and then we used it to locate the files, the .env files for your project, which had your backup credentials. Well, we use these credentials to log in. Maybe you knew about these security flaws, or maybe you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk, and now... now we're in.
Okay, so we need to elevate our privileges one more time. The last time for this stream, anyways. And so we've got the password. We should probably find out if this user has. Okay, we need to do some lateral privilege escalation first. So who is in the home directory? So there's Balu, there is Chocolate. And I assume after becoming Chocolate, Chocolate will have the root for the root user. So let's go ahead and use PHP. So PHP, we got GTFO bins, and we've got sudo capabilities. So what do we got? So if the binary is allowed to run as superuser by sudo, it does not drop elevated privileges and may be used to access the file system, escalate or maintain privileged access. So we just need to give some sort of command. I'm gonna restart our playlist. I like this music, but it's just got to be part of the full playlist. Just a second. Here we go. Okay, so do we need to specify this variable before we do this, or can we just directly reference bin bash? You know what? I'll just try directly doing this first, and if it doesn't work, then we can do setting up via the variable here. Hold on. So we got CMD. How about just putting in bin bash here? Becoming chocolate. Who are we, Augustus Gloop? Is this actually Charlie, whatever, Charlie in the Chocolate Factory in disguise? So user chocolate. Okay, let's try this command directly. See if it works. It might not. Okay, so we didn't need to set up the variable there. That's good to know. So let's sudo l. We need a password for chocolate in this case. So we don't have the password for chocolate. So we're not able to get the sudo permissions for chocolate. But let's move into chocolate's home directory. Maybe there's some clues there. Is there anything here? No. So another thing I'm interested in is to find out what files belong to. So the vault says same people as user. Same people as user. Are they dumb? Wait. Could chocolate be using the same password as... Is it password reuse? Okay. This would be more anger-inducing stuff. So cat credentials. So I don't think they're reusing the password. Right. Well, we got ads on Twitch, so we're going to do ads on YouTube, and we're going to put on a bird video. How about this bird video? Works in movies. Well, I mean, you know, some stuff that works in movies works here too. Okay, I'm just going to take a little water break, just a second. So Ferno6 says, I always forget how to use find. We'll address this in just a sec. I've used find so many times. I pretty much know how the basic syntax works by heart. We'll talk about it in just a sec. So these are little dark-eyed junco birds. They're very, very cute little birds. They come around in the winter. Find/lol lolcat. Find/lolcat, of course. So these little birds come around in the winter, and they leave when in the springtime. But they're great little guys. Let's go ahead and get the birds off the screen. So I tried GPT like a manual for find and grep. Yeah, that's pretty common, I think. But I think let's find everything that the chocolate user has. So user chocolate and to dev null. Whoops, like this. Still look at man pages. Why learn regex these days? Yeah, that's true. Regex is, AI is really nice for regex. Oh, they own a script file in opt_script.php. Okay. So this is probably the privilege escalation vector. Let's check out this file. So echo out script for beta testing. All right, let's see the file permissions for this file. It's chocolate, right? But is anybody else running this script? So is root running this script? So we probably want to take a look at the cron tab. There's no cron tab. Cron tab -L. There's no cron tab. So let's take a look at the running processes. Running processes. Sudo u chocolate php r system bin bash. What? That's weird. Okay, so somebody is running, root is running the script. Root is running opt_script.php. So that means that we just need to put or like a reverse shell command in this script.php, and then we're done. So let's go into the opt directory. We got script.php. We can edit it. So let's go ahead and set up our reverse shell connection. So RL wrap. Okay. And let's get a PHP reverse shell from revshells.com over here. And if you're looking for web shells, so let's see. For NSX, I often use FD, which is a bit different syntax-wise. Is that a different find command? Cypheronymic says, regex is the final boss of programming. Well, it certainly feels that way when you want your regex to do something very specific. Now's an end. Okay, we got PHP. Where are we? Which PHP rev shell should we do? How about system? Okay, so right. Let's copy that. Cat turned off my computer. I'm back. Well, yeah, the cat was the insider threat. Correct. Let's you know what? Let's give you something in honor of your cat. Here you go. Here you go, Baba. Okay, so we've got our PHP reverse shell. Let's go ahead and put that in the script. So we got our listener over here, and then we've got our shell access. Let's nano edit the script.php. Oh, we can't edit it. We cannot edit it? Oh, there's no nano. There's no nano. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's no nano in the box, so that's why it's... Or is there? Anyways, this thing froze up. I guess we're gonna have to... we're gonna have to log in again. Vi all the way! If there's no nano, why did it hang? That's a good question. Okay, anyways, let's... I think it's just very broken. I think is just very broken. Maybe. Let's go ahead and make a new reverse shell tab. Actually shell access. Shell access. Okay. And let's get rid of this one. We need to make this a cool color, otherwise it doesn't count. Oh, we've got... We're still brute forcing. We don't need to brute force anymore. Okay, so let's do SSH. Whoops. So it's Baloo, right? Baloo. At this thing. Okay, and let's get the password. That's it. Let's make sure it is precise. Okay, we're logged in, so we just need to become chocolate first. What was that command? Hold on, I need to get it from GTFO bins again. Okay. User has sudo rights. Chocolate doesn't have sudo rights, but Baloo does have sudo rights. So Baloo has sudo rights for the chocolate user, and we're just going to use this PHP command to become the chocolate user. The command is going to be bin bash. Okay, so which nano? Is there nano? There is nano, okay. So when we used nano, it did not go very well. So let's move into the op directory. Okay. So script.php has this. So I guess what all we need to do is we just need to overwrite this right here. So if we're overwriting it, we don't need to use a fancy text editor. All we need to do is start our listener, then get our PHP reverse shell, fix it up with a wrapper, and the wrapper is going to be PHP, and end it with this. So echo, oh jeez, PHP, redirect this into, what is it called? Script.php. Okay, so we're going to give this command here to replace the code in script.php with a reverse shell code. Let's go ahead and do that. Hope this works. This is not the temp directory. This is the op directory. Thank you very much for following on to Twitch. Friendly Creative Seal. Friendly Creative Seal. Nice to see you. Have a hack the planet. Here you go.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
And thank you very much for following the Vault 1999. Welcome and welcome to the HackerFrogs. Why don't you have well, what have we done in a while? How about we do all the things? Drink all the booze and hack all the things.
This one's dedicated to all the hackers.
welcome, and thank you very much for following the Vault 1999. Okay, so we got a connection after we overwrote the script file with our reverse shell one-liner over here for PHP. And now we have access as root. Okay, so what should we do? We should... Oh man, RLWrap is so nice. We can do terminal history. We can do terminal history. We can also move around inside. We can't clear because we don't have a terminal. Can we set a terminal? Can we export term equals xterm 256 color? Can we do that? Oh wow, we can. Awesome, awesome, awesome. But yeah, and this looks okay. That's really cool. Okay, let's move into the root directory, and now we can finish off the challenge. So to finish off the challenge, there's no root flag in here. We are root, so we need to give this redeem.
What are you?
I'm system root.
So if you remember that movie, or if you've seen that movie before, please type the word bat in chat. So if you've seen that movie before, type bat in chat. Let us know that you're a person who grew up in the 90s. Okay, so bat. Yeah, awesome. Okay, so we're root now. There's no flag. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do some defacement, some server defacement. We're going to leave a little message for the root user in the root directory. So we're just going to do this. So we're going to echo, and we're going to redirect it into graffiti.txt. So what is our graffiti message going to be? HackerFrogs rule. And what else? We should say, please don't leave weird comments that reference files with credentials in them on your JS files. Let's see. Also don't give users pseudo permissions with powerful binaries such as PHP. And lastly, don't run files that are owned by regular users as root, because they can be used for privilege escalation. Hope that helps. Signed, the Shy Hat and the Hacker Frogs. See you next time. Okay, so we take a look at graffiti.txt. We've got our we've got our long message over here, and all right. So the Vault 1999 says, "Now gimme bitcoins at this address." Yeah, of course we should leave that message as well. Okay, so we finished a couple of different challenges, but we got some help from our good friends like Fernosec and Cypher Enigma, and support from some good chatters like Vault 1999 and Baba, and it's been a lot of fun, and as well as Grout XT. So let's go ahead and well, we're finishing a bit early today. That's very unusual. But let's take a look and see if there are any cool Actually, before we finish out today, let's talk a little bit about our schedule for this week. So we are located at HackerFrogs Reddit. So Reddit are HackerFrogs, and we publish a schedule every week. So this is week 16 of 2025, and let's take a look at what we're going to be talking about today. Not today, rather, but this week. So the next stream is going to be on Wednesday. It's going to be Web App Wednesday. We're going to be doing some Baba as You. We're going to be talking more about the rules of the game and how they relate to stuff like hacking and cybersecurity and CTF exercises. We're going to be doing some Portswigger. So Portswigger, we haven't taken a lot of look. We haven't worked a lot with Portswigger, but they've got a lot of different interactive CTF labs over there. We're going to be taking a look at their authentication labs. This is something that I tried to specialize in while I was doing web app security testing as a job. Authentication testing is basically looking at login pages and all the different security testing methods you can do against them. So we're going to be taking a look at some of that on Wednesday as the second topic. And for the third topic, we're going to be hacking more Natas labs from over the wire. They're usually a little bit more difficult than than the levels over at the Bandit labs, because, you know, web app hacking is a little more difficult than some Linux privilege escalation stuff. So look forward to that on Wednesday. And on Friday, we're going to be doing Codecademy. We're going to be taking a look at C language. We're going to be learning C for reverse engineering and binary hacking. Specifically, we're going to be looking at loops and conditionals. We're going to be doing we're going to be doing a special request that was inspired by the X64DBG user who suggested we take a look at the debugger program for Windows. I found a way to install it on Linux, and we're going to be looking at some Windows binaries using X64DBG. That's going to be on Friday. The last thing we do on Friday was we're going to be doing some Active Directory hacking, and that's going to be at the Black Gold machine over at the HackerLabs.com. I swear I'll install the machine this time. It's going to get done. Okay, so let's take a look and see if there are any fun people streaming at infosecstreams.com. This is a fun little place where we can locate other people who stream cybersecurity content. So it looks like we've got Hacks Hobgoblin is online. I know Hacks Hobgoblin. Well, I mean, not super well, but Hacks Hobgoblin is another fun InfoSec streamer. And let's see what they're up to today. It looks like they're doing Windows hacking. Okay. And how long have they been streaming for? 2 hours and 20 minutes? Maybe they'll be streaming for a bit longer, so we're going to be raiding into Hacks Hobgoblin's channel. When you arrive at the channel, please give this raid message over here, OSFrog hip hop hack OSFrog, just like this. Okay, so everybody, thank you very much for coming by today. So thank you very much to great chatters like the Vault 1999, and as well as GradXT, Baba, Fernosec, Cypher Enigma, and everybody else who participated in chat. If you want to be shouted out right now, give us a shout in chat before I raid into the other channel. But let's set up the raid right now. So raid Hacks Hobgoblin. And thank you very much to Baba. Thank you very much. I hope to see you again. Let's raid into the channel. And everybody, we'll be back on Wednesday. We're gonna be doing Web App Wednesday and hacking web app stuff. See you next time, and say hip hop hack to Hacks Hobgoblin when you get there. See you later.